come so far. Torture of heretics, burning of witches, all ancient history. Then, before you can blink an eye, suddenly it threatens to start all over again.
I believed her. I helped her. I did not see what she was.
Mr. Worf, villains who twirl their mustaches are easy to spot. Those who clothe themselves in good deeds are well camouflaged. But she, or someone like her, will always be with us, waiting for the right climate in which to flourish, spreading fear in the name of righteousness.
Welcome back to Chillporial. I am your host, Brian, the Nerdporial life for himself. This is the second one of 2026. So for those of you who are here for the first time, Happy New Year. Well, I figure, we barely stayed on track last time. So I brought Tom Foe back for part two of Chillporial. So I found out something. One of my agents found out something about Tom Foe. We found out his middle name. His middle name.
What?
His middle name is Mo. Tom Mofo.
I
don't know any Mofo here.
Yeah, Tom Mofo. Dude, how did you figure out I was Asian? You're the one who spread the rumors.
I did. Yeah. It was me. It was me.
It wasn't the black guy. It was him all along.
I wanted you to know it was me. I loved it. That was actually one of the few points of, you remember that scene in Game of Thrones season 7 where the old woman's like, tell Cersei it was me that, poisoned Joffrey. I always think of that whenever I hear, I want to know it was me. So, so how you doing, man? Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year's, man. I've been good. How was your Christmas, your New Year's? How'd that go?
Christmas was okay. I did some some Ubering during the break, so I made some decent extra money, and then I went to Virginia to visit my friend Prophet the Dragon, and we watched Stranger Things, and that show fell apart like crazy compared to its season 4, to its penultimate season. It just like they had no idea how to end it, and so they just ended it. And they just forgot, that Vecna had like demo dogs and demo gorgons and demo bats, that would, easily kill people. So it was just giant spider versus 8 kids. And they managed to throw a few Molotov cocktails, and then 11 impales Vecna very easily. It was so disappointing.
Yeah, I feel like everybody was dogging on it.
There were
funny. This got the scene where he's coming out and it's like we got to destroy him.
Yeah, and have you seen the what do you call it, all the AI videos that they did?
Dude, yes.
My friend Steve Prophet added those to his intro, and it's just like the one where he's like Mike, I'm in love with you, hot stuff, and then he winks at him, and then he do the rainbow thing. It was ridiculous, and then of course, and they're like gross,
dude. Yeah, I like the one where they're all like, they're grossed out. They're like, "You're gay, dude. Get away from me."
It was just something that, I mean, it could have been done better. I don't know why they did it that way. The way they handled it in the 4th season was better, because it was just him and his brother, and he didn't have, and there was no dialogue. His brother's just like, I'm here for you, and that was it. And he cried, and they embraced. And that was season 4, and then they had this stupid thing. I mean, they could have done something similar, in my opinion. But yeah, so yeah, we did an after show. Oh my god, yeah. So we had a few haters, and we did have a few haters in the chat, and really? I was sitting next to him because we were in the same room, so we were using the same camera, so we're sitting pretty close to each other. And I just went off. Like, I get really, when people just start making comments about calling us haters and all that. I'm just like, you don't have to be here. You can get the fuck out.
Yeah.
I mean, you say more. If you're not willing to listen to us, then we're going to mute your ass. You don't have to be here. You can find other places that will glaze the shit out of, the show. And there were a lot of people that liked it. I don't know how they liked it, but they did. So
when the Fallout show first came out, my older YouTube channel, which was like about gaming, I made a video talking about the Fallout TV show, and I was basically like, yeah, I don't like it. And I'm a huge Fallout fan. I've been a Fallout fan since I was a kid, and I've played all the games, even the spinoffs. And I got a ton of hate, dude. It was the first time I got exposed to a bunch of haters.
Yeah, my friend Salty did something similar. He reviewed the first episode, gave it a bad review. He got completely ratioed because of that. So I watched it. I was just, I mean, it was okay. I didn't dislike it, but I didn't really like it either. I'm honestly sick of this quirky type of dialogue, these quirky characters and all that. And I mean, my friend who made this thumbnail is a big, he actually likes it. He actually likes this season. So I'm trying to see things from his perspective. So I've only watched the first 3 episodes. Me and Steve in Virginia, right after Stranger Things, like I think the next day or 2 days later, we watched that, and we were just like, what is going on here? Like, why should we care? Why should we care about what's going on? Then all of a sudden Macaulay Culkin shows up. Like Macaulay Culkin's there. So I'm seeing like Wet Bandits memes of, Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern being captured by what are they called? The Legion?
Yeah, the Legion. I haven't seen any of the new season yet, but I've seen clips, and I have some friends that like the show and they hate the season because my favorite game's New Vegas.
Yes.
And so I know they're gonna fuck it up, and from everything I've heard, they've been fucking it up pretty bad.
Yeah.
So I'm not.
I've only played. I'm not nearly as versed in Fallout. I played 3 like over a decade ago, and the same with New Vegas. I played New Vegas on the 360.
Oh damn! So you had tons of bugs.
Oh my god! Like if I didn't save at least every 15 minutes, the game would break on me, and I would have to start over. I'd have to reload the game. So I don't even remember what I did in the game. But I played I played one of the factions. I played all the DLC, and then there's a point where with these Bethesda games where I just stop. I just like, whether it be Skyrim, Oblivion, Morrowind, I only played Fallout 3, and I've only played New Vegas. I haven't played 4. I haven't played 1 and 2, or have they made any other ones?
2 is really good. I love 2. They made the MMO, the 76, which I didn't like. I actually kind of like it, but it's not like a good Fallout sequel. I like the idea of it, but it's not a good game. But I did play a lot of it, surprisingly. But I mean, I don't know. The best ones, in my opinion, are Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 2, and then Fallout 3. I like those. Those are my top 3.
I think New Vegas. I think everybody loves New Vegas. I think that's why they decided to, tease New Vegas and at the end of season 1. So
yeah.
I mean, I'll put it back on and watch. I like the look of the show.
Yeah, the show looks really good. The effects are good.
Do I really have to I hate when a show makes you familiarize yourself with the lore in order to understand what's going on.
I don't mind that so much. I just, because I know a lot of the lore already, so I get like why you wouldn't like that, but I would prefer that. I just would prefer a better like story, better writing, better characters, and like more, because there's so many, like season 1 had so many like retcons to the lore, and then they also just completely shoved like a bunch of liberal bullshit into the main narrative, especially the part where they had like communists being the good guys or whatever. In the pre-war era, there were like the groups that were working with Walton
Oh
Goggins
yeah,
and all. I was like,
yeah.
bro, what the fuck is that shit wouldn't happen. And even a bunch of the Fallout writers, or at least Chris Avallone, who's my favorite, he's like my favorite game writer. He wrote New Vegas and a bunch of other games. He did like Neverwinter Nights and Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2, the Sith Lords. So
Yeah.
he's my favorite game writer. Can't talk game writer, and he's been so disappointed with this season. Like,
Oh, that's
bad.
Oh man, that's not good. That's
No.
not good. If man, that's true. No way, Chris Avon. That's crazy. I mean, I don't know. That's the state of entertainment right now. So I figure, great way to do it, but we want to let's keep on track. So we're gonna move.
I'm getting nerdy.
No, it's good to be nerdy. It's very good to be nerdy. But so we're actually going to follow up on last time we were supposed to talk politics and we didn't. And Tom's channel is all about politics and about what's going on today. So, I was listening. I really enjoyed your stream with Matt with Foul Ball Productions. Yes, a lot of great questions. So, and I was like, son of a biscuit. I can't ask these questions now. So, so the best I could do was kind of follow up on them. So, what's funny was when we had our last stream, I don't know if you noticed, but I was losing my voice.
Oh,
yes. So I was coming down with something. And then the next day, I couldn't talk at all. I went to work. We had our Christmas lunch. We went to a restaurant. I was talking like this.
Damn.
Like this. So I was like that for like a week. I couldn't really talk at all. So that's why. So that's how good the stream was, because the fact that I lost my voice.
We talked about it a lot, man.
We did. So I was sick for a while. I called in, and then, we had Christmas. Christmas was fine. I was getting my voice back. And then by the time New Year's came, my voice was completely recovered. And I would go to Virginia to watch Stranger Things and, all that. And you and Matt were on like the day before, like the day after New Year's, if I remember correctly.
I think so. We recorded that one, I believe, like 2 weeks before it came out.
Okay.
So it's pre-recorded because he was on vacation.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was just like, how did you guys manage to make time for that during the holidays? So that makes sense now. So I'm listening to you guys. I was listening to you guys, and while I'm driving in Virginia, so I rented the same type of car. I'm up in the mountains because I went to Williamsburg, which is where Jamestown is.
Damn.
And I'm driving, and I was listening to you guys talk, and you brought up, Patrick Buchanan. And I heard the name before. I didn't know who he was, but I've been seeing his name popping up quite a bit on social media. Mm-hmm. So I decided, you brought up Suicide of a Superpower. So yeah. I went ahead and I bought the audiobook on Audible. And it was, and I know I shared some of it when I shared some of it on your X. But it was him. It was Patrick Buchanan himself who narrated his own book. It's not a very long book, but it was very compelling. There was a lot of stuff that is just like so relevant to today. And he talks about how America was just like, fundamentally founded on Christian principles. And I mean, the reason why slavery is no longer a thing was because of, Christians, believe it or not. And, like talking about having, the thing that we all had in common, especially in the 19th century, even though different, countries came in, like the Irish came in at a certain time, the Germans came in. I don't know if you could tell, but I am Polish. I mean,
oh, you're Polish?
If I told you my last name, you'd be like, Polak. But I never say my last name on live. So
don't do it.
But no, yeah, I know. But Brian is my real name, is my Christian name. So is Tom your Christian name, or is it not? If I may be so bold.
It's Christian name, yeah. Bo's not my name.
Well, well, you're Tom Mofo.
Exactly.
Okay,
See,
okay, I got it.
What happened to
I'll let you finish your thought.
the camera got blurred. Yeah, I'm actually because since I'm actually Asian, apparently my name isn't even Tom. It's Jin Yang. Jin Yang Ramen.
Jin Yang. You know what? I have to finish now that you say Yang. I have to finish. Is it Yang or yeah? I have to finish. Last Airbender. I've never finished that show.
Wait, the OG one? What?
Yeah, I know. I know.
How, dude? It's only 3 seasons.
I was on the last season, and I just kind of, I don't know. I kind of lost a little bit of interest, and I just stopped. And then my friend Steve, you know, his son was watching it, so I was rewatching some of the episodes where where the uncle is in prison of the fire. I forget the fire kid's name.
Prince Zuko.
Zuko, yeah. He's in prison, and then they're like there's like an environmental episode where they're in the swamp, and then there's this town and all that. So yeah, so that's kind of where I left off.
Generational, amazing show. I still remember the season finale back in the day. I watched it with my brothers and my friends when it aired. Amazing, dude. It truly is like one of the best shows like ever made. It's not just being hyped just to be hyped. It's actually that good, especially if you finish it.
Yes.
The ending is good.
Okay.
It's really good.
All right. So, write this down. Tom wants me to finish Last Airbender. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
If you want, you can watch I don't really like the second show, which is The Legend of Korra, because that one kind of sucks. But the first season of Korra is, in my opinion, it's actually good. The villain is really cool, and it has like a full arc for the villain. So it begins and ends with that character's like journey, and that's why I like it a lot. But the second season and the rest of it is dog water.
Okay.
So if you wanted to watch more, you could watch season 1, but don't feel compelled to watch the rest of it because it sucks.
All right, I'll keep that in mind. Did you? All right, I'll keep that in mind. So, but yeah, so I wanted to ask you. By the way, I'll say hello to the chat first. I'm so rude. I'm just so mean to everybody. So we got. I can't say this. I'll say, Gugroip. All right. You know what's funny is what's funny was when I was in high school. I was one of the few. I was one of the few Caucasians in my high school because I went to a school that basically did a lottery system based on your race.
Really?
Yeah. And so this was like 99. And they were building another school. And the school was for like the top students. And so all the white kids went to that school. And I'll be honest, like I remember like, you know how like I used to get my grades not by like my teachers would basically have this little clipboard with all of our names and what we got, on a test or something. So I used to know what everyone else got in the class. And like when it came to grades and all that, I mean, I don't want to sound racist, but like the white kids got the highest grades compared to everybody else. And I never understood why. Like I was like, I had to ask myself, like, is it just like, are things that bad that they just don't study or they just don't care? And based on the attitude I've been seeing, in high school, especially back then, I came to the conclusion that they just didn't care. And they just did whatever the heck they wanted. And I used to hear the N-word every day because I had first period gym for freshman and sophomore year. And I used to hear the N-word every day coming out of their mouths. Everyone used to say that all the time. I knew right away if I would have said that, I would have been nailed to the cross. Okay, that's a terrible analogy. That's a terrible analogy, but you know what I mean.
No, I get what you mean. Yeah, so, they definitely would have probably acted violently.
So, I mean, so I told you, I've been a Star Trek fan. I was Democrat. I'm here in Chicago. My family's Democrat. My mom is hardcore, still is. And I believed, I mean, I always thought the Democratic Party, liberals, were the party of, tolerance, of, kindness, of, helping the poor, of, helping, the unfortunate, and of course I learned about, I think I was listening to you guys talking about Martin Luther King. I learned about Martin Luther King, and I did a report on him when I was in 6th grade. At the same time, I was getting into the original Star Trek. And what's weird is that they overlap, because MLK was a big reason why Uhura, the character Uhura, the black woman who was the communications officer in the original series from the 60s, was the reason why she stayed on the show. She wanted to quit because she just has like, a few lines. She's like, I could be doing better stuff with my, I could be doing other stuff. And he's like, no, this is important. So, but I learned about racism, and I learned about, I learned about like just how bad things got, especially in the southern parts of the United States in the 60s. So that's why I first learned about it. And I kept hearing worse and worse, stuff. And it just, I got to a point, and I'm in high school, I'm going into college, and I'm just like, when every other ethnicity, every other race is usually celebrated to a degree.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm doing right now, I'm looking at my privilege right now. Get it?
Exactly.
Even I've noticed this. Like there was a meme, or there was a joke. There was something. It's like someone put, like, I think this was a college. I don't remember what it was, but someone put down, "It's okay to be white," and the police were called because of it.
I think I remember that. That happened
hear about
years
that?
ago, right? That was like before
this
COVID.
This was like 2015, I think.
Yeah, this was, I think, around when Trump was running for the first time.
Yeah,
or at least for the first time when he was actually like making it.
Yeah, I'm college educated. I have an engineering degree, and I have a brain, and I'm asking myself, what is wrong with this? I mean, you can equate white people with, like, hate. I mean, what is this? And then I know you guys were talking about the post-war consensus, because never again, Nazi party, never again, nationalism. Nationalism equates to Nazis, equates to another Holocaust or whatever. I don't fully understand the mentality. But that, like, they made such a big deal about once the war ended in Europe, they called it denazification. I don't know if you know about that. They, like, anything that had a swastika, anything that symbolized the Nazis, was like destroyed, basically. And
there was even like an actual like Nazi party in America, and the leader, his name was George L. Rockwell or something like that. He actually got assassinated.
Really?
I think it was was it the same year as Martin Luther King?
Martin Luther King got assassinated in 1968.
Let me see. George R. Rockwell.
I've never heard it. Let me write him down.
George Lincoln Rockwell. That was his name. Lincoln Rockwell. You're gonna get like Southern law, whatever. 1967. You said that's the year Martin Luther King died?
That's close. Martin Luther King died in April of 1968.
Oh wait, no, is that Kennedy?
Kennedy died in 1960. Which Kennedy? Well, Bobby Kennedy. Oh, JFK died in 63.
Okay,
November 22nd.
I keep forgetting. So, but
I'm really good with years. Like, you ask me what year a movie comes out. My friends always do this to me. I could tell you. I mean, I could tell you certain things about that. But yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. But long story short, like, this guy, he was leading the party, and it's actually crazy. Now, I don't like him completely. I'm sure someone's gonna hear me talking about his name, and they're gonna be like, "Oh my gosh, Tom's he's one of us," or whatever. It's like, no, I don't agree with everything he was talking about, but he does have some speeches that he gave at universities, and he is a very good speaker, and he did make a lot of sense, and he was right about a lot of stuff. Like, there's no denial that, like, all right, because he was talking about how there was like a kosher tax where our tax dollars fund these institutions to pay rabbis to put like kosher approvals on products and all these things. And it was like a lot of money. Like it was like a couple, like 20 or $30 million back in the 50s or 60s every year, which is a lot today.
Oh yeah.
Just for like, you know, approving products and food. It's the whole thing. But he talked about a lot, but he got killed. And that's basically when I think it started getting disbanded. But there was a party here in the United States, and yeah, like the denazification of America, that was like all over, you know, the world essentially. It was a big like enforced thing.
I'm trying to remember. Maybe you might know that you probably you read a lot more about this than I do. So the whole, wasn't there like a fascist like Nazi party before we went to the war, before we went to World War II, and that's where America first came from, and that's why all these outlets have been been comparing like the movement to Nazis and all that.
Well, they've always been comparing like anything about nationalism to Nazis, because the whole idea of like the Nazi party in Germany was based off like German nationalism.
Yeah.
And it was about German pride. So it doesn't matter if it's American. It can be any white nationalism anywhere is considered like Nazism to these people. You can be nationalistic in the sense of like you're black or if you're Mexican, but if you're white and if you're nationalistic or you're proud of your race, you're a Nazi. And so it doesn't matter. So, but I know what you're talking about, like with the fascist like parties. And somebody, I keep forgetting the name of the guy, but there was someone who said something like that. But that's not what this is today at all. This comes from like the movement that is kind of going right now comes from when Trump said in his inaugural 2017 speech, where he talked about like his plans for the country and stuff. And he said, we're going to be a country that's America first. And that's where this was birthed from. But like the idea, like the comparisons, I mean, that happens with everybody. Like, you know how they call everybody a Nazi? And there's that book, Everybody I Hate Is Hitler. It's literally it's that.
With the golden books logo. Yeah,
because that was the ultimate trump card for these people. It was the ultimate thing. They could just call you a racist, and they could call you sexist, and if that didn't work, they'd call you a Nazi. But they've just outdone it so much.
It's lost all
meaning. Yeah, it's like nobody cares anymore.
Well, I mean, everybody's been called a Nazi by now. I mean, I've been called a Nazi for making a statement and all that. It's just a form of trying to it's like what is it, control or something? They're trying to.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely control. But it doesn't work anymore.
It doesn't. I mean, anybody with a brain, realizes like I have to like. Usually when people talk like that, I'm like, whenever I'm like, especially when I'm on X, I'm just like, you don't know what a Nazi is. You don't know what a fascist is. You don't know what a cult. You don't even know what a cult is, because the cult they call the Trump cult the cult and all that. I mean, if it was a cult, everybody would be in lockstep. People on that support Trump are not all in lockstep.
I mean, that's true, but I would say like the ones that still support Trump now are definitely a little cultish, because I used to kind of be like that too. I was a big Trump supporter, but there is to a certain degree a small faction of people that are undyingly just supportive of Trump, even if his stuff, whatever he's doing is like actually damaging to themselves, they'll still support it, because there are a lot of people that just don't really understand the world. They don't understand the internet. They don't understand politics, and they kind of just, they look for whatever group they can be a part of, and they kind of just, they go with whatever. But I mean, like, it becomes like a religion to them. That is true to a certain degree, but that's true for Democrats as well and liberals as well. Like, there's so many radical groups everywhere, and that's just the way they are.
Yeah, and I mean, I always feel the left, the Democrats, the party I used to support, you know, they're way more in lockstep, and they're way more cultish, and they're way more like, your politician tells you to do something, they're emboldened to do it. I mean, look no
Yeah.
further than just like a stay and a half away from me in Minneapolis.
Oh yeah, I mean they're very like good at mobilizing. Their groundwork is really good, so they can get boots on the ground a lot quicker. And a lot of it is like paid. Like there's I keep seeing stuff with this company that's like their whole thing is you can pay this company and they'll ship out protesters. It's like a thing. So you have that as well, but like definitely.
I heard that there's like, people are like, I think it was Nick Shirley. I think he said he recognized like some of the same ladies that were like different, that went to different protests, different, what was No Kings or whatever, in different parts of the country. And so he sees a lot of the same faces. And I just like how immature. I mean, one of the beautiful things about the internet is you get to see the truth, unedited, unfiltered, and all that. I mean, I can only imagine like, all the crap that they've hidden, that they've controlled because of the media in the past. Because some people say that, what happened to the media? They changed. They didn't BS like this before. I'm like, how do you know?
Oh yeah, no, they've always done that. That's always been a thing. You can look up videos of old, even from like the 90s and 80s. You can go on YouTube right now and you can look up the satellite footage from like news channels and like political shows where they show you the footage that's being aired that like when they go to commercial.
Yeah.
There's like different like TV satellites that could pick those up, and actually people would record them, and you can see like politicians in debates, and then as soon as they go to commercial they completely change.
Did you ever see the Bill O'Reilly's like, fuck it, you ever see the Bill O'Reilly?
Yeah, the fuck it, we'll do it live. I've seen that.
We'll do it live.
Times. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like they've always done that. It's like media is literally, it's just a tool for their control. Like every newspaper organization is owned by some Jewish person, pretty much. And even the ones that were started, like they've always been used as a way to just push a narrative or socially engineer people. Because that's how you control a democracy, is you just control what people have access to see. And with the internet, they don't really have that. And so they're trying to course correct. And you're going to see that a lot this year with like AI and a lot of different things that they're trying to implement. And also with like bots, you're going to see because you see so many bots, and you see like you talk to people online, you think they're real, but they're not. They're actually they're fake.
Hey, I was a victim. This was like almost a year ago now. I know I got scammed. I got locked out of my original X account.
What?
Because so I got hit by a scammer, and I was stupid. I was stupid enough to go along with it. But then I started using my brain, because they were saying, "Oh, they were like saying, "Oh, your X account is being investigated. We need to know it's you. We need access to your bank account." I'm like, no. Mm-hmm. And then I immediately blocked the person, and then I went, I mean, this is not the full story, but I was really stupid in that regard. I nearly came close to, ruining myself. And so I basically went on X. I went on a crusade. I was like, okay, this person is not real. This person is not real. So because they got in my DMs, and I was stupid enough to go along with it. So
the Indians,
Filipino,
the Filipinos, dude, they're working together.
Yep, I know, because they gave me, because they send me, they're DMing me on Discord, they're DMing me on X, and they're saying, yeah, send us money to here. I was like, no. So but I got locked out of my X account because I forgot what they did, but so I had to create a new account. I called called the police. Not that I was on I was also on vacation. I was visiting my friend, my friend Kyle that made this, thumbnail. I was visiting him in Texas, and this happens. So,
Dang.
so yeah, definitely got to be careful. You definitely got to be careful with that. So, but yeah, the scamming is real. So,
Yeah, I mean the scamming is gonna evolve. Right now, I feel like it's at a point to where people can kind of notice it. Like most people, like younger people, they know what's bullshit. But with AI, it's getting pretty crazy. You're just gonna have to not believe anybody's real until you meet them in real life. Like if you meet somebody, even if you see a video, if you FaceTime somebody, because they have like those live trackers that can change the way they look. Like, I don't know if you've seen the videos, but you'll see like a guy, he'll be recording himself live, and then it will show the AI version, and it's like a beautiful woman, and it looks real. It does not look fake whatsoever. So just, you can't trust anybody.
yeah.
We got to go back to chicken profile pictures, right?
All right.
I'm
By the
bringing it
way, what'd you think of this? What'd you think of this thumbnail? So this is
Dude.
was it Chicken Joe, right? That's your guy.
Yes.
So Chicken Joe is punching. Well, you made a video about a certain company, certain investment company.
Yeah. BlackRock.
Yeah.
Yes, dude, the thumbnail is beautiful, man. When I retweeted it earlier, one of my followers was like, "Dude, the thumbnail's sick," and I'm like, "Yeah."
I saw it. I
was like, "Bro,
thing.
that looks sick. It looks so good."
I was trying to think, like, this was just off the cuff. Maybe it's because I was listening to you talking about BlackRock, and I was just like, well, he's Chicken Joe, he's the base chicken, and he's talking about BlackRock. So how about him punching it? And so my friend's like, I'll try. My friend's like, I'll try to do this. And he's like, this is the best. Like, he's like, this is the best I can do, because he uses AI to generate these.
He's really good
pictures.
at it.
And he uses I think Canva to create a lot of the effects that you see, like the lighting effects and all that. And he does a really good job. So, but yeah, so I figure I'd honor you, the base chicken, by punching a BlackRock. But yeah, I did want to ask you. I think Matt might have asked you this too. So, what exactly is where did Groyper come from? Like, is that basically like a Nick Fuentes thing, or is this something that precedes even him?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure it existed before they like adopted it, but I think around like 2017, that's when him and his, the followers started using it. So, because Groyper is it's just that meme frog. You have like Pepe, and then you have the other one, I forget his name, the smaller one.
Yeah.
And then the Groyper is just like the big hunky frog picture. So it was just like a meme thing on the internet, and then they just kind of like took it and used it because I mean, it's just funny. And even to this day, people people tell me all the time, because I'm a Groyper, and they'll be like, you guys need to choose a different name. This one, it sounds so ugly. And it's like, well, that's why they chose it, is because it does sound ugly. Like, it's supposed to make you like,
I
crawl a little.
I kept thinking Groper.
Yeah, that's like the one thing where I was like, fuck, it does kind of sound like that. But it's supposed to be like kind of gross and just weird, because originally, because I haven't been one for like a long time. I started listening to Nick a few years ago on and off. And then when he went against Trump in 2024, I kind of stopped watching him, because I was like, what are you talking about? Like, Trump's going to win. Like, that's our guy. And then as soon as Trump got in office, I was like, holy shit, Nick was right about like everything he said.
About basically like Israel being involved, and and him choosing like JD Vance and several of his cabinet and all that.
100%. I actually believe, and I've said this, I think, in one of my videos before, I think that the only reason Trump won is to set JD Vance up to win in 2028. I don't think the people who backed Trump, because he's getting backed by all these little tech people like Palantir, all these different
Peter
groups.
Thiel, yeah.
I don't believe that they backed him because they wanted him to be president. I think they're just setting Vance up to kind of take control of the MAGA party.
Because I never heard until I heard about the selection. I've never heard of him before, and he's exactly my age, and so I mean, in a way, it's refreshing because I mean, look at Congress, look at our government. It's filled with. I mean, the average age is like 74, so like well past the retirement time. So I mean, shit. Dick Durbin, Senator of Illinois, who I don't know if you probably haven't noticed, but I've been like our Illinois politicians have been, have just been promoting all the stuff that's been coming out of Minnesota, about ICE and all that. And I'm just like, I've been continually like clowning on them, saying propagandist, liar, nothing like I try to be a little bit more witty in my comments. I don't say like F you, I don't get angry about it. I just make fun of them. I just point out like, you're just like Tammy Duckworth. She's the other senator. I'm just like, Tammy, take a walk. And it's not nice because she's in a wheelchair.
Just like the Texas guy.
Greg Abbott. Yeah.
Dressed up like an Indian.
Oh no.
Yeah, dude, he's calling out to India. But that's a whole other. But yeah, like
not as bad compared to what Justin Trudeau and his blackface. Remember? You ever see that?
But that's kind of funny. Yeah.
The minstrel.
But like with the JD Vance thing, like the fact that he's younger is good, but when you look at him per se, when you really look at him, you don't just take his backstory at his own word. You kind of see like all these weird things. Like he was in the Marines and he didn't really do anything in the Marines. He was just like a desk jockey. He got out of the Marines. He started working for all these tech companies and he literally did nothing for all of them. Like nobody who works at those companies saw him in the office. He had like some position, some like administration position, and then he wrote a book, and then his book got made into a movie, and then he became a senator, and then right after that he became the fucking vice president, and then obviously he's being set up to like just kind of work for the tech companies for Silicon Valley, and he's also being set up to just kind of take the power of MAGA from Trump, because Trump doesn't even really do things. He's not even really in control. Like he doesn't even know half the stuff that's going on. He's falling asleep because he's 80, like you can't get mad at him for that. But
yeah, he's just up there.
He's not really like in the he's not really in fully control. He has handlers and stuff.
Yeah.
So I truly believe that it's just to set up Vance for a presidential election.
I mean, he wrote a book, right? And that book was adapted to a movie, so about Appalachia or something.
Yeah, Hillbilly Effigy.
Is that what it's called?
All right. It's about him and his family and stuff, and he has like problems and everything, and he does come from like a lower background, but as soon as he turned 18, he was like getting favors from all these people even before he was in the Marines. It's very weird.
Didn't he? I heard he had a different name.
I think, yeah, like they don't even know if that's his real name either. I didn't really look into that part, but there's a lot about him that's just weird. And then also his wife, she's Indian, and she's not just some random Indian woman. She's connected to royalty in India, because over there, the way their society is structured is it's a two-tiered society. You have poor people, and then you have the upper class. There's no middle class.
Did they get rid of like, I thought the caste system was, did they get rid of the caste system?
I think
that was a 5-tier system, and then you had the untouchables at the very low. Like they're the ones that,
the way it works is that you're either born into the royalty side of things or you're not. It's like they do have other systems, and I guess that's for the lower class people to kind of, tier each other. But ultimately, it's like if you're not upper class, you can't make $1 billion and become upper class. Like you can't earn your way to that status. You can't marry your way into it. It's very like divided.
Yeah.
You can get as close. Like you can be one of those famous Bollywood actors that's upper class. You can, get in a picture with them. You might even be able to share screen time with them, but you're not going to be able to fucking be one of them. It's just not the way it works.
Have you ever seen a map of India with the population density? It's crazy, like how like densely populated India is. Like what are they at, 1.5 billion now? Like I think they officially, well, I believe they surpassed China population.
Because the thing is like I don't trust the population census for a lot of those places, because we had a lot of stuff come out about China and how their population is less than like 500 million actually, and all the numbers are just miscounts and it's just bullshit, because that feeds into their GDP and it helps them with like certain countries will do it because it helps them with like foreign aid or like trade deals, stuff like that. Not saying that China gets foreign aid or whatever, but I like a lot of stuff's coming out about all these population numbers are just bullshit. And I heard a lot of stuff about India too, but India does have a huge population. I wouldn't be surprised if it's around 1 billion, maybe a little under, but I don't think it's as much as they're saying.
How would they? I mean, I'm curious how they would even.
Because how would you even like that? How would you even know? Because it's like if you have that many people, there's no way. Because if you take a look at their infrastructure, the way their government does work, it's like it's very broken. There's no way they have an actual grasp on those real numbers. It's just impossible. So it could be more, but I actually think it's less than what they're saying.
And I mean, like, if I remember, I mean, I do have to. It's been so long since I've studied like, geography, history. I mean, I first learned about globalism, believe it or not, when I was in college. I was taking cultural geography. It was because I took all engineering courses, so I didn't learn anything. I didn't learn any philosophy. I didn't learn any history in college. Everything, if it was anything I learned, this is all stemming back to high school. So, which is the problem with a lot of people, is because what did everybody learn in high school? Nazi. Only Nazis did this. Only Nazis. Nazis are the most evil, So, no, Holocaust was the only genocide. No, that's not true.
It's. I mean,
people
are made to.
Yeah, I mean, people are still. I mean, Obama. I first heard about the Armenian genocide during Obama, when Obama was calling out Turkey or something for not. I don't even know a whole lot about it. I think this was supposed to be. I forget if it was supposed to be during the Ottoman years, so pre-World War I, or maybe it was after that. I honestly don't remember.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, they don't even. You got that, and then you also have like all the stuff that happened in Soviet Russia. They don't really talk about that either in high school.
I didn't learn about the famine.
Yeah,
I learned that. I just learned that Joseph Stalin was evil, and that was it. And that he was, he had people killed and all that. He managed to live for 30 years after he took power. So, I mean, Lenin was, the leader of the October Revolution, 1917. They take over, the Tsar was already, the Tsar's family was already murdered and all that.
Yeah, they killed them, took them outside, or no, they killed them in
a house, in a basement. I think. So
they took him down, shot him. But I mean, there's a lot to that, and you don't hear about like the Cannibal Islands or the how they were targeting Christians. You don't hear about like the death toll, like the actual like numbers. It's pretty crazy. And there's a lot like school doesn't teach you, but at this point, I don't think it's debatable. Like school's really just kind of set up to, prepare you for slave labor, for taxes.
slave labor. Yeah. Another thing that's not, I mean, that I was learning about was that like there's Christians in the West Bank
Oh yeah, there's a lot
that
of
are being
Christians over there.
persecuted. It's not just it's not just Muslims and all that. It's there's Christians out there too, and the Orthodox. I was Orthodox, the Eastern Orthodox, especially um, the ones that are situated in the Middle East. In this case, the Antiochian Orthodox Church. They're very critical of Israel, unlike the other Christian denominations. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I learned about Israel. I went to school. I went to Lutheran school, so I learned about the Old Testament. I learned about the Israelites, obviously. Um, Old Testament, Genesis, especially, and then of course, Exodus and all that, and then of course, I learned about Christ. I never learned about the diaspora, the Jewish diaspora. I hear that started like 40 years after Christ's crucifixion.
Oh yeah, where they were just kind of.
I forget, was there like a rebellion or something that made the Romans like just like get rid of them or kick them out of the Holy Land or something? Like I don't know the full story behind that.
I don't remember like the exact reasons for Rome kicking them out, but I do remember because the whole thing with Rome is that it was a very it was like a pagan society. They persecuted Christians pretty heavily. And then I forget which emperor it was. They became Christian, and then they made Christianity like the official religion, and that's where like the church and everything was born.
That was Constantine. That was 300.
Yeah.
That was 300. I still say AD, even though fuck them. AD, Anno Domini, year of our Lord.
But I can't remember if that was one of the reasons why. But like a big part of it too was just because the Holy Land is supposedly, if you go off like biblical scripture, the Holy Land was supposed to be for Jews. It was supposed to be for Israelites. And then after, Jesus came and he died on the cross with the New Testament, it talks about how, there is no more Jew or Gentile. And so the Jews that were supposed to inherit the Holy Land, it's no longer their land. So they lost their protection from God with keeping it. And that's the reason why it like fell so easy because, and I mean, even like Jesus said in one of his parables before he got crucified, he talked about like the man who owns the vineyard and he lends his vineyard to people and then he sends his son to the vineyard and they kill his son. I forget the parable, like the whole thing, but it was basically prophesized that the Jews were going to kill the Son of God. They were going to kill Jesus. And when that would happen, it was going to officially kind of like get rid of the protection. Like basically the Jews being like the chosen people, they lost that essentially. So they lost the protection of God and they lost the Holy Land.
And was it the what do they call it? Dispensational.
Diaspora. Oh yeah.
Dispensational movement believes that they never lost that, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you mean like the Judeo-Christians and all that?
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't believe in the idea that Jews they believe Jews are still like God's chosen people. So they have this, and it's funny because if you go to any of those churches and if you ask them this, I guarantee you they'll just kick you out. Or they'll give you some bullshit answer that just has a bunch of like nothing in it. It's not even going to explain anything. But they still believe that Jews get like a pass. They believe that a Jew can live their life and die and not accept Jesus and go to heaven, which is 100% like the Bible clearly says multiple times. There's no way to do that. Like you have to accept Christ as God.
Yeah, I mean, even like
heaven.
Yes, I don't fully understand. Yeah, I don't fully understand how that works and all that. So because I mean, I knew, I went to high school with because I went to school that's not too far away from Skokie, Lincolnwood area. So there were. I mean, like I said, my school was pretty diverse. There were some. I knew a few Jewish people there, and I mean they were very. I mean they had the stereotypical look. You know, they were. You know, they had the curly hair and all that. I think few times, like on Yom Kippur, they'd either be off or they'd be, or on certain days they'd wear the yarmulke. So, but they would tell me, and I was a kid, I was stupid. I get into an argument with them about religion, and they would just say, "No, we don't believe in Christ. We believe he was a false prophet." So there's a more, and then I asked, I also went to school with, you know, many Muslims, and they had Muslims have a more positive view of Christ than the Jews do. The Jews have a very negative. They call him a false prophet. He's, you know.
Yeah, I mean, well, because
that's
like the Muslims, they view Christ as a prophet, but they view you believing in him as God as adulterous. So they still don't like Christians at all. It's more respectful, I would say, yeah. But the Jews, so what they did was, when the New Testament came out, they started writing like the stuff you'll see in like the Talmud, like those additional texts that they study now. Those were written in response of the New Testament, and that's where you get all the stuff where they say like Jesus is burning in hell. His mother was a whore. He was yeah. They say that rabbis, they have to spend 7 years studying the Talmud and a few other texts, and in those books, as a response to the New Testament when that came out, it was a bunch of rabbis writing about how Jesus was the son of a whore, and he was like a magician. He was a witch, and he practiced witchcraft. And that's how they explain how he was able to do miracles and stuff, because Jews, they believe in mysticism, like a lot of like occultism and witchcraft that we have today evolved from certain versions of Judaism, like the Kabbalic magic and like blood rituals, and even to a certain degree, like
I heard about blood rituals, and it's I mean, I looked it up, and I mean, it's what a lot of people for the longest time believed about them. And I mean, that's kind of, I mean, like, I don't know, like I'm reading online. I mean, it's Wikipedia, so of course Wikipedia is going to be like, "Oh, this is not true. This is conspiracy theory and all that." But I read that. This was only like a few months ago. I was shocked. I was shocked to read this. I was shocked to read about that. I'm like, weird. I'm like, even if it's not true, I mean, where did that come from?
I mean,
there must be some sort of semblance of truth,
because you have to understand, it's not like every single like Jew that they don't all practice that. It's like you have to understand that like Judaism is a very fractured religion, but it's also a people. Like, it's not just a religious thing, it's also a blood thing to them. And that's where a lot of people get it mixed up. When you talk about Jews or Judaism, they think you're talking about just the religious aspect. But for a lot of Jewish people, they're not religious at all. They're atheists. Because they still follow the laws. Yeah. But with the blood ritual stuff and the Kabbalic stuff and occultism, that's like a fractured version of that. But it does come from like rabbis and stuff. It's very complicated, but it is a real thing for sure. But it's not every single rabbi that practices.
I always wondered, like, you know, what caused like a lot of the pogroms in Eastern Europe. And I mean, from that to, I mean, I learned about, I went to Lutheran school, so I learned about Martin Luther, and I didn't know this, but apparently Martin Luther was extremely anti-Semitic. My friend in my friend group told me about that. And I looked at like he wrote something saying that they can't be trusted and all that. Mm-hmm. It's crazy. It's crazy, like the history that these people have. and the effect that they've had on others. And I'm just like, I'm like, I mean, I'm not the type of person that likes to, takes. I'm not the type of person that likes to take sides. I like to think that there's, there's nuance to everything, and maybe there's more to what's being what discussed. But it's so interesting. It's so crazy. It's so crazy at the same time what people believed, and like how many times they've been kicked out of so many countries for failing to assimilate. I mean, they always did their own thing, and the way it always seems is like it's everybody else's fault. I mean,
oh yeah, I mean, well, because they were constantly, they're one of the big reasons for usury. So like debt, credit systems, like banking, and so they would not assimilate, and then they would constantly do things that kind of would make countries worse, and that's why they kept getting kicked out. So there's nothing wrong with not assimilating, like especially if you're in, older countries like that, that's fine. But it's the fact that they were constantly doing things that kind of hurt everybody else, and that's why.
yeah.
And then also they're very racist. They're actually like extremely, like when you think of like traditional racism, the idea of like one race is superior to all others, that's literally like what they practice and preach. They believe they are the only types of humans and everybody else are like animals. That's like something they preach. And so it's you can understand why when they go to all these different places, they kind of don't blend in because they don't want to. And that's one of the reasons why they promoted so much, multiculturalism in America, for instance, because when you have a country where it's all white people, Jews stand out because they're Jews. But when you have a country where there's a billion cultures and colors, they kind of blend in. And it's easier for them to not be kind of outed.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. I know that sounds crazy, but it is one of the reasons why, like the idea of America being like a melting pot society, all these different ideas, these came from, Jewish playwrights and Jewish rabbis and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I like to think, like I said, I've been, big Star Trek fan for the longest time. I mean, I was, liberal for the longest time. I wanted to think as a kid, we would all come together, we would get past, the whole racial barrier and all that. I believed all that. Now it's just, there's the difference, like people are just not willing to listen. People are not willing to see past it. And I don't know if it's ever going to be if it's ever going to be a thing. I mean, even when I was in school and I wanted to be friends with everybody, I like people. I don't hate anybody. I think a good majority of people who are labeled as haters or as racist and all that, I don't think they hate anybody either. One thing that I've noticed, especially online lately, and I've read this, I used to believe it, but I don't anymore. Whenever I hear labels, and this was something that when I watched All in the Family, we talked about All in the Family last week. Mm-hmm. One thing that Rob Reiner's character always says to Archie is, why do you have to label people by nationality? Why do you have to keep labeling people? Because he keeps bringing up, this Jew is this, or he makes a joke about, Italians or Arabs or whatever. And I'm hearing this, and I find out that it's the side that Rob Reiner's on, the Democrat side, that is the one that's labeling people, and they're labeling, and people are being labeled and isms and phobes and all that. And it's just as bad. It's just as bad.
I mean, because like the idea of no racism and, everybody gets along and everything's perfect. That's a nice idea, but in practice, it just doesn't work. Like the way people are, the way humans are, is we're very tribal. Like I remember somebody was sending me some stuff. There's like studies done by the actual government, where it talks about babies, and as little as like 6 months old, most babies will prefer people that look like them, people that have the same race as their parents. They're more comfortable around them. And so there's instincts that we have that are tribal. And it's not to say that we can't get along or we can't have like some level of, a difference, especially in America. Like, it doesn't need to be 100% all white. And I know a lot of people get mad when I say stuff like that, but it doesn't have to be that way. But for a country to functionally, operate and not fall apart, it needs to have, a dominant, homogenous race. That's the only way it works. When you have too much multiculturalism, you start getting people who don't value the same things, like clean streets or following the law or consent laws with women. That's something you get, and you get a lot of issues.
That's the problem with cities in particular. Like,
yeah, no, especially.
I mean, white flight has been a thing for years. I mean, like I said, when I went to because my parents, we stayed in Chicago. We never. I mean, I lived in Chicago, so I had to go to Chicago public school. Like, I didn't live in the suburbs, so we're in Chicagoland. That's where all the it's more expensive. That's where most of the Caucasians live and all that. People that I more or less relate to. But the cultural thing when I was in high school, and I was saying this earlier, was very different. Like, I didn't like there were people, there were other Caucasians in the school. They either spoke Polish. I don't speak Polish because I'm like my dad and my mom's family, like by the second or third generation, we stopped speaking the language. We were fully assimilated, and we spoke English. We just spoke English, and we embraced American values. And I know in one of your videos you talk about what was the type of American, or like one that lives, that one that's been in the country for a while. I forget what do you call those type of Americans? They're not Native Americans. Heritage. Okay, heritage Americans. So I wanted to ask you, what exactly, when you say heritage American, what do you mean exactly?
So usually when people say that, they're referring to people that have like a lineage to the founding of America. So they have families that come back from there, or even like for some people, I know one guy, his thing is it has to be somebody whose family's been here for 10 generations, or it has to be somebody, I know other people that say like 5 or 6. Mm-hmm. But like my whole thing with the heritage Americans is I don't necessarily think you have to be here from the very founding, because there's a lot of like great families that came in over the years. The problem I have mostly, and that's to explain like what heritage American is. It's basically just that. It is somebody who has a lineage to the founding, essentially. But my thing is that when it comes to immigration in America, when you have stuff like the Hart-Celler Act and like all these different things that they passed the past 100 years to just bring over people from Asia, and
what's that called again? The Hart-Celler Act?
Yeah, the Hart-Celler. And then you also have like the past 30 years, if you look at the amount of immigration, it's been like almost 1 million each year. And that's not even counting illegal immigration. But the problem being is that in the past 100 years, when it comes to immigration, what they've done is they've constantly flooded people in here, and they haven't allowed people to assimilate. So instead of having controlled assimilation, where it's like, hey, we'll let in 200,000 and then we'll close it off for 20 years. And then those people should be assimilated. They'll speak English. They'll have jobs, whatever. Then you can go from there. But the idea that we have to constantly be bringing people in, I think, is ridiculous, because
I mean, we have limited resources, and we have limited jobs. I mean, even I have asked myself this question over the years, like, can we take in the world's problems, all the world's problems?
It's like, yeah, like we shouldn't. And I mean, it's all engineered. Like all this stuff that we've been talking about, it's all been engineered by certain groups to cause, a deconstruction of America, and it's worked. It just has. And that's why you have, like you said, you have race tensions are pretty bad now. You have a zero trust society. You don't have a society where you can leave your door unlocked. You don't have a society where your kids can go outside and you can tell them, hey, be home when the lights turn on. You don't have a society where people can actually feel safe and be free and walk around their own cities. And because of that, and it's not to say it's all immigration, but a big part of it is differences in culture and race. It just is. And these are realities we have to kind of wake up to, because if we don't, we're going to destroy ourselves over them. But like, definitely there has to be a complete stop on all immigration. Totally. Like, we don't need any more people to come here and become permanent residents for a long time. If not like the next 100 years.
If I remember correctly, I think, wasn't there from 1924, so after World War I to until 1960, they weren't taking any people.
It was those years. What's the word? It was a moratorium or whatever, something like that. I think that they called it something like that. Yeah, but we don't need to do it. But the reason why it's been done is because it's to create social issues. Yeah.
I mean, is it just me, or is it and I know a lot of people say this online, but do you think there's more to it than just the reason why the left, the Democrats are wanting and, advocating for all this is because of the fact that they'll get some, whole bunch of extra voters because they're going to get free shit.
I mean, I don't know. For the most part, you have voting laws that don't really work anyways. I don't think it's so much about the voting class. I think it's really just probably from a sense of just replacement. And I know that's kind of a crazy topic to discuss, and you got to be a little careful with that one on YouTube.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's widely, I'm familiar with it. It's widely considered a conspiracy theory according to almost every major.
But I mean, it's not even the UN has an entire report from the early 2000s, I think 2002, and it literally talks about replacement theory and how it's a real thing that they're advocating for, and not just in America, but all over, the West. And it's worked in Europe. It's worked in the UK.
Why would they want that? Because
then you start getting into the idea of the Great Reset. There's a lot of people in positions of power that kind of want to destabilize the West completely and break it. And then they want to build something new, and they want to have a lot of slaves. They want to have people that they can control. But that's it's a pretty big, it's not just one answer. There's a lot, but you have Democrats that are all for illegal immigrants, and then Republicans are for replacing you legally, with Indians.
Yeah. One thing I've noticed with every job that I've had was that there was always outsourcing going on as long as, over a decade now. One of my jobs, I got laid off or let go or something. It was a contract position. They got new management that last year. This was 2017. And they were like, oh, we're going to be sending work over to India to save money. And then even this is engineering stuff. So this is people, modeling, 3D modeling stuff in SolidWorks and all that, making drawings and all that. And the same thing with I had another job 2.5 years later, same thing. All of our detailing, all of our all the drawings that were made in India. We would send it to, we would have a liaison here in Chicago in the office. And then we would basically, once we were done with our designs, we would send it over to India for detailing. So instead of, hiring an intern, and we did have interns, but instead of hiring like interns or young people to to learn the ropes and all that to get some experience, which apparently Gen Z is having issues getting hired. And I'll be honest, I can connect. I was, even though I'm a millennial, and I graduated during I graduated like right after the housing crisis happened. So this was spring of 2009. I'm just so like, one thing I've noticed is that younger people are not working because there's no jobs, and I'm thinking because they keep bringing people in and they're working these lower tier jobs that, would be usually, would be a great way for kids, to get some work experience and all that. Or in the case of, like learning, like all the manufacturing positions are mostly, believe it or not here, are mostly, people paid under the table. One company I worked for, they literally did that. So from Mexico or from different parts of Latin America. So, and I don't see a lot of kids, getting jobs. I don't see a lot of kids getting jobs and working and learning how to work and learning or making money and all that. And apparently, people your age are having trouble finding jobs right now.
Yeah, well, it's because you have problems with the jobs industry. Whether you go to college or you don't, there's different issues for both groups. But also you have a problem with like the want to work. A lot of people don't want to hire Gen Z Americans because they say, oh, they're not hard workers, or, they don't care about work or whatever. And that's true to a certain extent, but it's because, what do you have is, well, not just that, but it's like there's no point to working 80 hours a week or, working some job or some career if
you can't afford
what are you going to get? Well, if you can't,
if you
not
can't
even
afford,
just,
if you can't afford a house, if you can't afford to get married,
not even just that, but like you can't even retire.
And you can't,
you don't even have like Social Security is not going to be a thing when I'm old enough to take it. It's like all these things that were in place that were promised to us were essentially kind of only for the boomers. And even now you see a lot of older people that have to get jobs because people on Social Security. I know this one old lady, or at least this old lady from one of my older apartments that I used to live in, and she had to get a part-time job at a grocery store because her Social Security barely paid for her shit. She couldn't even like buy food.
Yeah,
and it's like she's a widow and all this, and it's like, dude, the systems that were in place, they don't even work for the old people now, so they're definitely not going to work for me.
No.
So why do I want to get a job where I have to pay taxes, and half my taxes are going to go to Somalis in Minnesota and the other half are going to pay for bombs so I can like go kill kids in the Middle East or whatever, or at least we can kill kids in the Middle East or help Israel become great or whatever. It's like there's no incentive for people to want to support this economy because, like you said, you don't get a house, you don't get the American dream, and then you don't get the retirement, you don't get the payoff. And then if I don't get that, what are my kids going to get if I have kids? It's going to be even worse.
I'm like, a good majority of my friends have children themselves. And I just wonder, like, I'm not like, I think I told you I'm not married. I don't have kids. And I mean, I'm still open to the possibility. But like, I'm curious. I'm really concerned about the future especially for my generation's kids, which is basically Gen Alpha, which is I think from 2013 to now. So maybe it's Gen Beta. I don't know. What's funny is my generation was actually originally called Generation Y, millennials, because we came after Gen X. That's why you guys are called Gen Z.
Yeah,
I don't know if you knew that.
I think I've heard somebody say something like that before.
I mean, there was one point where we were called the Echo Boomers because majority of millennials were, children of the boomers, so we were called Echo Boomers. But apparently, millennial was the one that stuck. So yeah. So I'm an elder millennial. I was born the year that George Orwell based his book, So, um,
84.
yeah, 1984. So yeah, I'm not very. I don't really hide my age. Everybody knows how old I am. So I don't. I mean, I don't know if I look 41, but yeah. Um, so I'm sorry. I lost track of thought. What were we talking about?
We were talking about like the job economy and
Oh yeah,
and
the job.
everything, but
Yeah,
it's pretty crazy. But
yeah.
I mean, you can't, like, people don't want to work for a lot of reasons, and then now that's why, obviously they're getting
what do they
replaced.
do? So if they're not working, what are they doing? Because
Drugs.
well, where are they getting the money? Are they living off of their parents or something? Are they?
Well, a lot of them live with their families, and I mean, they'll work jobs, but it won't be a job that pays well, and it won't be a job they take serious. And I mean, I'm gonna be quite honest, like, even the job I have, like, I have opportunities to move up and to have a career there, but I don't really care because I also know that most corporations, they don't really give a shit about you either.
No, I mean my friend tried to do retail. Old friend, we're not really friends anymore. I did look at his. He does have a YouTube channel, and even though I'm not subscribed to him anymore, I still saw it, and it was a little painful to see. So I kind of, I'll get into that, but he was trying to get, like, he wanted to see if he could succeed working for GameStop, and they just made it impossible to like climb the ladder. It was just like so easy to to f up and not climb up unless you knew somebody.
Mm.
So and that's, I don't know how that is with you. I forget, did you, I mean, I don't know if you were willing to talk, to bring up like what your level of education is.
Oh,
um
yeah. I mean, I'm not going to talk about what I do for
no,
job.
no, don't
Keep
don't
that
don't do
secret.
that.
But I haven't been to college.
You have been to college, or you haven't been to
No,
college?
I haven't. I haven't.
So did you go to work right after high school?
I worked when I was in high school. I started working when I was 14.
Oh yeah, you did bring that up on Matt's stream. Okay.
Yeah.
What did you do when you were 14, if I may be so
So
bold?
when I was 14, I worked at a church. There's this big church that I used to work at, like one of those
Okay.
mega churches. I was
Oh, really? Okay.
basically.
I'll tell you. I had a job working for a mega church here in Chicago. Sorry.
Oh, you did.
Yeah, I worked for Willow
I
Creek
won't.
when I
I
was in
won't say.
college.
I won't say which one I worked for because I don't want to dox where I live, but or at least where I grew up. I don't live there
Yeah,
anymore.
don't,
But
don't do that. Don't do that.
yeah. But yeah. I mean, I worked under for like the first years under the table, and then I got like an official job at a different place when I was 15, where I was actually paying taxes and stuff.
I thought I was early because my folks literally kicked me out of the house to look for a job when I was 16. I did work when I was 15 during the summer at my high school. I worked at my school. I made
Mm,
this was 19 this was 2000. This was summer of 2000. So
damn.
I was making $6 an hour in 2000. And I was going around like cleaning, or I would sit in the summer school class, and I would help tutor, or not tutor, but I would help out, if anybody had questions in like math and algebra, or chemistry or something like that. So that was actually my first job. And then my real first job that didn't involve my school was I worked at the neighborhood nursing home in the dietary department. So
Oh my gosh.
I got to serve food. I got to serve food, set up tables for elderly people, and I had to clean up after. I'd have to clean up after the elderly. I had to pick up their dishes and the stuff, and it got gross at points. So I had to always make sure I washed. I never touched my face. Always wash my hands. Wore gloves, and then right after I pick up all the dishes from the floor I worked on, I would come downstairs with the carts of everything, and we'd go in the dish room and wash all the dishes and put the dishes through the dishwasher. Put them on a pallet, stick the pallet in the dishwasher. The dishwasher would move the pallet through the different phases, and then it would come out. Someone would pick up the dishes and stack them up and all that. And we did that. It was a 3-hour shift for me.
3 hour
And
shift?
I did that from the time I was it was 2001, so I was going for my sophomore to my junior year. And I learned quite a bit. That job, that my boss, I still see him like when I would drive by the nursing home, because it's right by where I live.
Mhm.
I drive by there. Sometimes I see my old boss there. He's outside smoking, looks much older, but and I mean, I don't say anything to him when I see him, but I recognize him, and I learned quite a bit from him. So I have that. I have a good positive. I mean, he used to give me shit. He used to like, I like I said, I was not the best worker because I was a teenager. What did I know? There were times where I didn't show up, and I realized how serious of a thing it was to no call, no show, and all that. So I was lucky I didn't lose my job then and there. And I learned basic responsibility at work, and learned basically what working at a job is like and all that. So I kind of consider myself grateful for that. But
Yeah, I think it's good.
And I don't know, but like my friends' kids, even my brother didn't work until he was like 18 or 19. So I just started knowing this I just started seeing this with younger people. So it's interesting that you being you're younger than my brother. My brother's millennial. He's a younger millennial, but he's still millennial. Someone your age actually started working at 14. So that's I find it fascinating.
Yeah, and before that, I used to do like I would mow lawns and stuff. I remember one time I helped like my older brothers with like this. There was like this family friend we knew. He owned like a bunch of restaurants, so they had like a lot of money. Because my family, we didn't have a lot of money, but
yeah, same here. We my family dealt with my dad inherited a business, a golf club business, and his parents died shortly before he got married. So there was no really passing of the torch. He didn't really learn everything. And then he was partnered with his sister, and his sister kind of took the money, half the money, and kind of left him to dry. And so we were dealing. So last stream, I told you I was begging my parents for a Sega Genesis. It happened during this time when they weren't sure what was going to happen to them. They weren't sure if we were going to be living in this house, or if we were going to, and the thing was, what makes that even more messed up was I knew all this as a kid. Like my mother didn't have anyone else to vent to, so she would vent to me when we would be on our way to like something, and I would know stuff about my family, and that's kind of what disconnected me from my classmates when I was in grade school. So sorry, I think I interrupted you, didn't I? Yeah, of course I did.
Nah, you're good, man.
No, I forget. You're saying you were your family can't. This is my way of kind of connecting this. Oh yeah, okay. So the reason why I brought this up is because you were saying that your family wasn't doing too. Your family wasn't the best off in middle class, pretty much. I know you said your dad was a minister, or your dad did ministry.
Well, he was like an ordained minister. He didn't like have his own church or anything, but he would preach and he would like marry people. But that's not what he did. He was in the military.
Was that like a part-time?
Yeah, it was kind of like a part-time thing he did. Okay. But like my mom, she was pretty, like, before they met and got married, she was really bad with money. She had like a lot of problems, and she went like bankrupt, and so she had a lot of debt and stuff. And my dad, he didn't have a lot of money, and so for a very long time my dad had like 3 jobs. So he got out of the military, and then he had a job working as a civilian for the military on one of their bases, and then he worked for, like, at the time, the city we lived in, he worked in the court as like an assistant for some judge or something. And then he had another job with like some buddies of his. I forget what it was, but I think it was something with like landscaping or whatever.
Okay.
But he was like, we had like no money, and because of my mom, she had like a lot of debts, and so it was constantly like we had nothing. Like So I had never had like a pair of new clothes until I was like 13. Up until that point, it was always like hand-me-downs, or it was like Goodwill, or even I had like a friend who their family, which they're like a family to me, like their mom was so nice to me, and he's like a brother to me. He was my same age, but he was a little bigger than me, so he would grow out of their clothes, and they were always buying new clothes, and so he would
Yeah.
give them to me. So it was pretty cool. So that's how I would get new clothes, is it would be hand-me-downs from my friend because their family had money.
All right.
But
yeah, you got me beat there. So
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, it's not like I'm not like living in the sticks, but
Yeah.
it was like my, because what you're saying with like your mom venting to you, I didn't have that. So my parents were, even though we were poor, and like I never saw that from like them. They always kept it to themselves. I would see it when other kids would remind me. They'd be like, "Oh, you're fucking wearing
Yeah.
shit from Goodwill or whatever," and it's like, "Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there was one point where one of my classmates, my mom probably told his mother or something, and it got to him. I got really mad. Yeah, because like my grandmother was still with us, so I didn't know my grandparents. I only knew my grandmother, my mom's mother. So she was, she was really smart with her money, saved, and she helped pay my tuition, because I went to Lutheran school, grade school, and that requires, you have to pay tuition. And my parents were struggling financially, and so my grandmother, took up the bill, and that one of my classmates found out, and I didn't even know this, and I got pissed off. I'm like, "You fucking liar!" So, and I found out it was true though. So, but still, it was something that got me. So I had part of the reason why I'm a bit of a loner is because of the fact that, I mean, I wanted to get along with people. I was a lot. My homeroom teacher in high school called me low maintenance. I mean, I'm like the brother from the prodigal son. I was reading Luke this week. I was having a conversation with my friend. I was having a conversation with Kyle about it. But I always, because I'm an older brother, I don't have any. I mean, you're the youngest in your family, right? How many brothers you got? You got like,
I have 4.
you have four
older
brothers.
Yeah.
I'm curious. How old's your oldest brother?
I think he's older than you.
He's a little older than me.
I think he's 82. Yeah, 1982. That's when he was born.
Oh, 1982. Yeah, he's older than me. I was born in 84. So okay, all right, okay. Oh, really? That's big. That's a hell of a. It's a big age gap. So
and then I think the other one is like 35, and then the other one is 31.
Okay, and you're the youngling. You're the
27.
You're 27. So yeah 27. What was I doing at 27? It was 2012.
Damn, dude, that's crazy, dude. That was a crazy year. I was playing Skyrim. I know exactly.
What's funny was
and Oblivion and Fallout 3.
I know we're kind of skipping around. I played Oblivion, or was it? Yeah, I was playing Oblivion from 2010, or the winter. No, it was the snow. It was the winter storm here in Chicago, 2011, going like January 2011. That's when I played the crap out of Oblivion.
Dang.
And so I was whenever it came to gaming, I was really late. Like I was always late at playing stuff. So like Skyrim, I played right away though, because I was living, like I said, I was living in Central Illinois. I bought a big screen TV for the first time. It's not this one, but I bought a Sharp Quatron in 2011, and I wanted to play Skyrim on this big screen TV in my apartment, because I had my own apartment, and I was on my own. I was like, I want to live big. And so me living big was playing the new release Skyrim in 2011, fall of 2011, on a big screen TV in my own apartment. And it was, I know I brought this up last time, but it was a big deal. So, and I think I played Oblivion because I was anticipating Skyrim. and what's funny was I don't know why I didn't play Oblivion, because I remember seeing the images on GameSpot.com when I was in college, and I'm looking at the graphics. I'm like, holy shit! I'm like, holy shit! This looks real.
Really?
This is, I mean, this back then, I was, I grew up on the, I got to see, so unlike you, I got to see how gaming changed from, now I think the Gen Xers have an even better story, because they got to see stuff from from the Atari days.
The ET game. Crashed the economy.
Oh, that one, yeah. I never played that one. I watched a video of it. Like, I hear that game always broke, no matter what.
It was like one guy who made it. They gave him like 2 weeks or some shit to make the game, right? Or a few months.
And then 1983 happens, and then there's this big crash, and then who comes and saves the video gaming industry? Nintendo with Donkey Kong. So. And I'm actually doing, the guy RNG Gaming, who's right here in the chat right now, I'm going to be doing a Donkey Kong related. Me and him are going to be doing a collab talking about the history. I think we're going to be watching a video doing the history of Donkey Kong and all that, and how important it was. I know enough, because I've made videos doing video. I've done, like I said, I've done video game retrospectives on the channel. So I know enough about Donkey Kong, because I made a Donkey Kong video, which actually did not take off. Like, I bought the ads for it. So it has like 12,000 views, but it's all, I bought the ads because I was testing it out when I first started the channel. I haven't done it since. I haven't done anything like that.
Yeah. The promotions, I don't think that's actually a good idea.
Yeah. So
maybe when it first started, yeah, but now definitely not. You don't want to buy.
And now that I think of it, it's a terrible thumbnail. Like, I'm gonna have to ask Kyle to, make me a new thumbnail for that one. But but I got to see the change in how gaming, evolved from from this 8-bit to the 16-bit to 32, 64, all that. So so playing Oblivion was a great thing. It was a great thing around that time. So we're talking about 2011. So, but yeah, it's so easy to get off track. It's a lot of fun talking to you, dude.
I'm
loving this. I don't know about you.
I really like it, because I don't get to talk about this stuff that much.
Yeah, so I tried.
It's really fun.
Yeah, and I'm sure I'm your favorite. I'm sure I'm your favorite collab. Don't answer that.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
But let's see if I can get back on track with my handy little notebook here.
The notes.
So, did we talk about Suicide of a Superpower? Yeah, I think I did bring it up a little bit. Because I listened to the whole thing. I'm trying to remember some of the key points. What was
I haven't, because it's been a long time. Excuse me. It's been a long time since I've looked at it, but I remember a big part about it was the death of Christian America, and then I think he talked about tribalism. Yeah. And then he talked about a long repeat, and then I think the other thing was the solution. He talks about there has to be a course correction. That's what I remember from the book. There's got to be a halt on mass immigration.
Yeah,
you got to restore moral and religious values to America, and that was his whole.
Was he pro bringing God back to the classroom?
I think he was pro that. It was a very big. I can't remember if he was on getting rid of separation from church and state, but it was the idea of kind of reigniting the religious aspect of America, because it's pretty dead at this point. And religion, whether you believe in it or not, it does work on a social level, because people are very, they want to believe things. So even if you don't believe in the idea of God or whatever, it
Yeah.
just kind of works on a social level. It makes people behave more. It makes them, and I know like somebody's going to hear that and they're going to be like, oh, you mean social conformity? And you mean like they can tell us what to do and we're their slaves? And it's like, well, dude, you're going to have that no matter what government you have. You're going to have people that want to control masses.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, I don't think he was arguing for like what's that word, like a theocracy or whatever. I don't remember if he was arguing for that, but it was definitely a big part of his book was
No,
like the
but
religious.
we have to like ground, like I think he said we really need to ground ourselves back in Christian in the whole Christian idea, because like the whole Christian idea, was what basically started, I mean the whole concept of, freedom, the concept of, getting rid of slavery, abolitionism, um, was a big thing. And the reason why all the Europeans, especially 19th century, were ultimately able to, adapt and live together and, and mix together, the Irish, the Germans, eventually the Polish and all that, was because we all shared, Europe is Christian, Europe is either Catholic or Lutheran or Calvinist
And that's why
or
there was freedom of religion, because it was
Yeah.
it was for like the different versions of Christianity. It's not like how they say it today, where it's like, oh, you can have a bunch of Muslims and a bunch of Christians live together. It's like, well, you can't actually. If you want a good version of what that looks like, just look at the UK.
Yeah, exactly. And then, the thing is, you have to, if you're going to bring people in, whether they be from, India or from, Middle Eastern countries, they have to come in wanting to be part of, the American tradition. You could still bring your stuff. You could still bring, some of your traditions, but it's got to be like,
I don't know.
It's you got to, you're going to bring it. It's got to be something that, that we can adapt, that we can adapt to, that they can adapt to.
I don't know.
Whether it be cuisine.
It's kind of like the idea is kind of cool, but like in practice, it just doesn't work. Like if you look at Indians and if you look at their major religions, they have Hinduism and then they have Islam. Those are the two major religions in India. I can't talk for some reason, but the reason why you can't have like either of those en masse is because like Hindus, they hate Christianity. And yeah, like dude, if you go and if you look up like Indian Twitter and if you look at the way they like Jesus and stuff, they're pretty vitriolic. It's what's their thing, like Vishu or whatever, Vishnu. And then they have like a few other gods or whatever. Like their cultures and stuff, like it just doesn't work en masse. Like you can have a population of like maybe, if you look at the total like numbers of America, if you had like 1%, it would be fine. But once you start getting more and more, they don't assimilate. They keep to themselves. They practice like nepotism. They favor like their own race with like businesses and companies and stuff like this. So
that explains why, gas stations, for instance.
Oh yeah, like in Texas.
Well, in
Texas,
Illinois too. As long as I remember, every Dunkin' Donuts as well.
I don't know. Oh yeah, that's a thing too.
Like I don't know why Dunkin' Donuts in particular, but that was that's as long as I remember.
I used to work at a Dunkin' Donuts like a long time ago when I just got out of high school, and the owners were Indian and they owned like a bunch of them.
So like I think there's like you said, there's a nepotism there, and I think they invite people from, sorry, excuse me, I'm playing around with my pen. They bring people in, they give them jobs, and then the guy, there's a 24/7 Dunkin' Donuts that I regularly go to. Guy left, guy retired, left and went back to he didn't stay here. He went back home.
He was a hero. Went back a legend.
Yeah, well, I mean, he knew exactly. What's funny is I went to that place enough to the point where they knew exactly what I wanted.
Really?
So they knew me. Yeah. So
Wait. So what do you because dude, it's been a long time because like I worked there back when I was like 10 years ago or whatever. But dude, I would fuck with the bagels, man. The blueberry bagel with strawberry cream cheese toasted with some bacon, dog.
really,
She goes hard. Yeah, but like
blueberry.
we would
Wait. Blueberry bagels with bacon.
no, yeah, dude, blueberry bagel toasted with strawberry cream cheese and
Strawberry
bacon,
cream cheese. Wait,
and
let
you
me
make a
write
little
that.
sandwich.
You know, I
They
might.
still let you do that, right?
I don't know.
Because I customers would order it and we would make it for ourselves, but like we would be making crazy things, man. Did you ever have the sandwich where it's like they use the donut as the bread, and you have like the meat?
I heard there's like a chick. There was like a chicken sandwich with the donut. No, I never had it.
Yep, but the chicken one, and I don't know if they still have the beef, the Angus beef or whatever, but you could get it with the beef. And yes, it did taste good, but obviously it's like total trash for you.
Okay,
But dude, yeah, I was eating that shit
all right.
all the time.
Okay, I wrote this down. So, blueberry bagels with strawberry cream cheese and bacon. Is that it? Is there more?
Bacon, but you got to get it toasted. Got to get toasted.
Toasted.
Yeah, because
What about like egg or anything else?
not with the cream cheese. I mean, if you want to just have like, what is it? I know they have like the flatbread thing because it's been a long time. The menu I'm thinking of is literally like 10 years old. Do they still have the hash browns?
Yeah. I get.
Dude, the hash browns are fire.
I get the hash browns.
Yeah.
Yeah, like because they know me, instead of giving like usually they're very strict. They count like 6 hash browns, they're like little coin
It's
ones,
criminal.
you know. Yeah, they give you only 6. Well, they give me like 8.
Hell yeah, dude. I can eat like 20 of those. We would, because working there, it was so weird. That place was so weird. I can't even tell you the amount of stories, but I remember one time where, because I was in high school and there's a bunch of high school girls that worked there too. And there's this one time where we got into a donut fight and I actually got in a lot of trouble, but we were throwing munchkins at each other. And then there was always like violence happening. There was always like people trying to start fights. I remember this one dude tried to he attacked me. He threw the register at me.
Wait, this was at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yeah, I used to open. So there's this one time where I was there. It was like 5 a.m. where we just opened up. I'd been there for 30 minutes and I had a key. They gave me a key. And I wasn't a manager or anything, so I couldn't operate or open the till to the register.
Yeah.
And this one guy came in, it was at 5, and I was like, look, man, it's like I can't like serve you or whatever right now because the manager is supposed to be there, was late. And he flipped out and he just started throwing shit around. He grabbed the register and tossed it at me. And luckily there was no donuts behind me, but he hit like the shelves or whatever.
Yeah.
And then he stormed off. It was crazy, but yeah, there's always like crazy weird shit. One of my managers there tried to beat up a customer and he got fired. Yeah. And then another manager I had, she tried to sleep with me. And I did not.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Or well, she was the assistant manager, but she was always like trying to get me to go over to her place and drink. And then she like sent me a text, and I had a girlfriend at the time, and she did not. She didn't like that. But
that's
Dunkin' Donuts is wild, bro. It's crazy. The food, bro. The bagels, man. The donuts. Like I'm telling you, dude.
I wrote it down. So blueberry bagel toasted, strawberry cream cheese, and bacon. So
yes,
I am tempted. I am tempted after the stream to go and get this very thing now.
And if they don't do it for some reason, which if they're not doing it, they're just being bitches. But if they don't do it, you can always go to the grocery store and make it yourself. And oh my gosh, if you can get the bacon strips from the grocery store that are made out of like, what is it? It's like sausage bacon strips. It's like a different cut of like
sausage
pork.
bacon. sausage
forget
bacon
what it's
strips.
cool. I forget what it's called. It's like a maple sausage strip or whatever, but it's like a
Uh-huh.
bacon piece.
Yeah,
I don't know what it's exactly called, but dude, if you get that and if you toast the bagel and you put the strawberry cream cheese, it's fire. It's probably one of the best breakfast sandwiches ever, in my opinion. My humble opinion as a chicken. All right, don't eat a chicken.
as a base chicken. There you go.
Don't eat chicken. Eat bagels with bacon.
Yeah, you got me thinking Chick-fil-A now because you said don't eat chicken. Because
Dude,
you ever see those billboards with the cow?
Don't eat beef, eat chicken.
Don't eat beef, eat chicken, and all that. So yeah, eat more chicken. All right. You know what? I mean, I'm a little bit happier than usual. Maybe it's because of, I don't know, some brown liquid I'm drinking right now. But maybe I'll go walk there afterwards and I'll try exactly what you got, and I'll take a picture. To prove it and everything.
Oh,
And what do you think?
I mean, if you're up for it, if it's 24 hours,
It is
hopefully
20.
they
No,
do.
no. I've walked it. I would be, because my friend here. I went to Japan earlier. I went to Japan last year for the first time.
Yeah.
First time I ever traveled that far out of the West. First time I ever left the Western Hemisphere. Ever since then, I've been waking up late at night. Like I fall asleep early in the evening, and I'll wake up at like 2, 3 a.m. and I'll walk to the Dunkin' Donuts right by my house, which is 24/7, 7 days a week. So, and they know exactly what I want. So they always ask me, "Oh, do you want a large?" Whenever I walk in, do you want a medium? So,
what kind of coffee do you get?
so I don't drink. I stopped drinking soda. I stopped drinking a lot of really sweet stuff. But the one thing I will get that will satisfy my sweet tooth is called a Cappy Blast.
Cappy Blast.
Yeah, so it's like the cappuccino blast, but they just, instead of it being ice cream and all that, it's just basically, it's like an iced coffee, but they pour the cappuccino mix in and they pour milk in. That's it.
Damn.
It tastes like it, and it has the sweetness of like breakfast cereal, but there's a coffee. There's like a coffee flavor to it. So, and I usually get that, and that's like my heavy caloried drink and all that. And that's what, and then I get that once in a while. I used to get that every day. I put on some weight, so I've been cutting back on that. And so,
but it's good though.
It's good. It's good. Sometimes depends on the quality of the milk. Sometimes they use old shit and all that, and it's gross. So
yeah, sounds about right.
But yeah, that's me. That's me.
Yeah.
So
I haven't been there.
I'm like addicted to coffee and iced coffee. Like every day I go to Starbucks and I get myself like an iced coffee with sweet cream, and that's it, and all that, and that's what I do.
Well, I mean, coffee's good. I love coffee.
Yeah. So yeah, so we're talking about food. We're connecting over this right now. So so I was curious. So there was a few other things I wanted to talk about. So
my bad. I keep derailing.
No, it's not your fault. No, it's me. It's all me. I'm the host. I'm the host with the most. Okay, that was stupid. I don't know why I said that. All right, so Chris, I wanted to talk to you about your Christian journey. So you call yourself the red-pilled Christian, and you're one of the few Christians I know that cuss the way you do.
Oh yeah.
So I'm just I know you said your grandfather was I remember in Matt's stream you said your grandfather was a chaplain, your dad did part-time stuff. We were just talked about that. So, and then you grew up, what denomination did you grow up as? Were you like
I was raised non-denominational as like a Judeo-Christian. That's how I was raised.
So what exactly is a Judeo-Christian? Because I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Christianity is basically an offshoot of Judaism. So when you say Judeo-Christian, what exactly is that? Is that like Protestantism?
It's not
Protestantism. Is that
it's like an offshoot of like you could say Protestantism, and then also
I had this hard time
like-
saying that too.
yeah, I get tongue tied on certain stuff, and I'm just like, fuck, dude, I can't. Even. But you could say it's an offshoot of that, and then also like Baptists as well. It's but Judeo-Christianity is essentially just the version of Christianity that believes, Jews are God's chosen people, and they believe that America should just support Israel, or any country should support Israel. And it's it's actually your calling as a Christian to put them and their families above your own, and to essentially, Judeo-Christianity is a heretical bastardization of real Christianity. It's
Okay.
it's a very new version of Christianity as well. It came out in like the late 1800s.
So basically, dispensationalism. Basically.
That's exactly what it is. Dispensationalism and Judeo-Christianity are essentially the same thing.
Because I don't remember what the Catholics believe, the Orthodox. The Orthodox are very, like, I was listening to one of your other collabs that you did this week. I forget the guy's name. But he brought up Ortho Bros. I was like, Ortho Bros.
Oh yeah,
I was laughing when I heard that, because I think I told you that I was, my church was originally, my church became Orthodox. I was chrismated into the Orthodox Church when I was 8. So even though I went to a Lutheran school, which is ironic, on Sundays I went to Orthodox Church. So I got to experience the St. John Chrysostom Divine Liturgy. I don't know if you ever experienced Orthodoxy.
No, I've never been to an Orthodox church before.
Well, it's basically, they have now when I was going, like, my church was, these were they weren't really brothers, but they were friends from boomers that graduated in the early 70s from Wheaton College here in Chicagoland. And they were living together, and they were very interested in starting a church. And they started a church. It was basically, I guess, non-denominational, but it was still very traditional. It was more traditional than your typical what you think non-denominational. And they decided to become part of a bigger church. And I was about 12 years ago. We had a reunion. Now, I haven't been to the Orthodox Church. We left when I was 16, but I did go to the reunion. It was the 20th reunion of the church, when we all became chrismated or confirmed. Chrismated is basically the Orthodox term for confirmation, basically, but for adults. I was an adult though. This was 1993. I was 8. Where was I going with this? But like, the tradition was basically the St. John Chrysostom. It was basically, you read out of this book, you hear the same prayers, you hear the same chants, the same tone, unless, maybe my church was Antiochian, even though we were all Caucasian here, because the people that started were from Wheaton College, but we became part of the Antiochian church. And if you don't know where Antioch is, was originally part of Syria, but now it's part of Turkey. So it's more of like it's an Arab, basically an Arab Orthodox church. And so it was, you have the altar basically closed off to everybody. It was built like the tabernacle that Moses built back in that Moses and the Jews, the Israelites used back in the day. And that's kind of how it is now. It's considered holy. It's the tradition is very, very raw, and it's very boring, and you stand up the entire time. And that's it. And that's pretty much it. And then, I used to get sick quite a bit because there would be Orthodox. I don't know if you know, but Orthodox have icons all over the place, and you kiss them. At least when I was a kid, we were supposed to kiss the icons, and people would kiss them and transmit germs. So that's how people got sick. Yeah. And then Holy Communion. So Catholic Church, Holy Communion, they give you a round wafer, and then they put in your mouth and all that. In the Orthodox Church, the priest would basically prepare the bread, bless the wine, and there would be a chalice with the wine. There would be a little, like a platter, like a goblet. It's not like a platter, but it was a platter with a handle. That would be like the piece of bread, the body, basically the Eucharist, the body of Christ. So what would happen was someone would be assigned to make the holy bread for that particular one time. My family did it. So there would be like someone would bring in like 2 or 3 loaves. One of the loaves would be the priest would cut like the center of one of the loaves and take like a cube out, put it on this brass chalice. I was an altar boy, so I knew all this because I would be up there with helping out. He would cut up the bread on the little platter chalice thing, the little brass platter chalice, because it had a handle like a chalice, but it was a flat surface. So the bread would be on there. He cut it up with a little knife, and then he would put the little pieces into the chalice with the wine, mix it up, and then people would come up for communion. He would take a spoon and put it in their mouths, and they would take the communion. And it got to a point where people were getting sick. So my priest would start just dropping it in the mouths instead. So I would be, as an altar boy, I would be. It was me. There was usually when we were starting, there would be 2 altar boys, standing on one side of the altar and the other side. I was usually the one that helped, and the other one, the other altar boy or the acolyte. We used to call them acolytes because we weren't all boys. Like the person, the other acolyte was an adult. So he would be the one that would be preparing the censer, the incense, with the bells and all that would, you know what I mean? If you ever seen, a priest with a censer and incense and all that.
Yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah. So we would be like we would prepare for the priest. The priest would, cue us whenever he needed it. And then he would just start smoking up the place with the incense. And I was an asthmatic and I used to get sick from that stuff. So, but yeah, that's basically the Orthodox, service. So I got to live it. So, but I don't think they're very pro. I don't think they do not believe in dispensationalism at all.
Yeah, most like original churches don't. Like the idea of like the rapture happening before like Antichrist or whatever. A lot of them don't believe that's the way it goes. And then I think you have like with Catholics, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure with some Catholics, they believe like the Antichrist and the tribulation and all of that stuff already happened. I think they believe that happened in Rome with Nero, I believe, or Nero or whatever.
Nero,
the emperor. Yeah, they believe he was the Antichrist.
Yeah.
And so they believe like the rapture is, I think, essentially coming, or at least whatever version they believe in, but they don't think like the tribulation and stuff is going to happen. They believe it's already passed, or at least the version we're in today is some like prolonged version of it. And I could be wrong because I'm not a Catholic. But I'm definitely, but being like raised Judeo-Christian, I was in a big mega church. And it was one that really like supported Israel and Judaism. And even as like a kid, like my mom was she was one of those Christians that was like super supportive. Technically to this day, she still kind of is, of like Israel and of Jews. And so we had a lot of Jewish friends when I was younger. And so I had to go like a lot of times. We would get invited to go to their synagogues for their Passover rituals or whatever. They have like this.
I've been to Seder's. We've
so
they're
like
actually really
horseradish.
Yep. I know exactly. They were actually pretty cool. The Seder, I actually enjoyed the Seder's as a kid.
The first time I went, I was like 6, and
same.
I threw up from the horseradish because it was disgusting, and then I also got stung by a wasp, so I hated it. Yeah,
what?
there's yeah, like outside the building, there's synagogue. A wasp like stung me.
There was like a wasp nest or something.
No, there was like something, and it like stung me. It wasn't like a nest, but it was pretty bad. Yeah,
Okay.
and I hated it. And then the other time I went, I had to go to a different one when I was 10. And you know how they play that game with the kids where they hide something? The
Yep.
rabbi like hides something, and then the kids have to go find it.
Okay,
You-
I went to a Seder that was hosted by people in my church. So we didn't. So I saw in Curb Your. I don't know if you ever watched Curb Your Enthusiasm, but they did an episode where they did a Seder and they did that very same thing, except the Larry David sees the dad of the dad's the host and all that, tells his son where the that thing that he hides, the thing that he hides and all that. And basically that causes a stir. And they ask him to leave because they're like, I know you told the kid.
Well, get this.
Yeah.
The one I went to when I was 10, and I went to a bunch actually, but this was like, I use this one as a reference because of this. They did that, and this was at a bigger synagogue, so there was a lot of people. And my family was one of the only handful of families that were goys, so we weren't Jewish. And
Goy is basically Gentile, right?
Yeah, that's their slang.
Is it more of a negative connotation?
Oh yeah,
versus Gentile in the Bible.
They don't like you. They don't like goys. So basically, they're doing the thing. The rabbi hides the shit, and all the kids are running around. I'm running around. I find it. I pick it up. I pull it, and I'm like, "Hey, I got it!" Everybody starts clapping, and then this little fucking Jew kid comes up, and then he grabs it, and he won't let it go. And it's like, dude, I've had it for like 20 seconds. It's clear I'm the kid who found it. I get the $10. That's my prize. And you know what they did?
What?
He wouldn't let it go. He started like pulling on it, and I wouldn't let it go. So they decided to split the money. And I was like, bro, I got Jude at 10 years old. I was like, that's the most bullshit. I fucking found it. Like, it's mine. People were clapping. It's clear. But because I'm a goy and I'm not a Jewish kid, they were like, oh, well, I guess we'll split the money. And I was like, fuck you. So you could say,
were you the only Gentile? Were you the only non-Jewish person there?
No, I mean, like my family, and there's other families, but
okay.
But like there's like a few other kids that were goys like me, but I clearly found it. And so this little fucking shit Jew kid with the fucking yarmulke and the little twirly fucking hair or whatever grabs onto it when I have it. And it's like, bro, I clearly got it. And I asked my mom, I was like, yo, you saw that bullshit, right? After. And she was like, Tom, don't worry. It's okay. It's you still got something, so you should be happy. And I was like, that's fucking bullshit. And it's like, dude, and even my brothers were like, dude, yeah, you should have gotten all like the $10.
That's crazy.
And it's like, yeah, so I learned young. You know, the signs were there. I learned young, man, not to trust them. But like seriously though, that to this day, it's like I feel, and so like I don't even know. I feel violated.
That's wild. That's crazy.
It's crazy.
I mean,
it's funny, but it's also like kind of.
But it's like, yeah, like this kid just freaking just tries to take something out of your hand, and then they're just like, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I gotta drink some water.
I could have beat his ass too. I would have.
Now this, yeah, but it's a good thing. It's good. It's probably something I don't know. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't know if it would have been a better would have been better for you to do that, or if it would have been worse for you to do it.
No,
so especially in Temple and all that. So,
yeah.
I've never been in a synagogue. I mean, the Seder that we did was based off of, was done by people in our church. one family in particular always invited us. And yeah, it was one of the few times I got to sit at the kids' table because I mean I have a really small family compared even when I was going to Thanksgiving holidays. I had a very small family. Like you have like four brothers, so I didn't even have that many people. Like your immediate family is more people than I've ever really had in my life. So like,
Damn.
yeah, I mean, so I was like alone a lot of the time. Like I mean, my brother. I mean, my brother was my younger brother. There's a decent age gap. So by the time I was in high school, my brother was like starting grade school and all that. So, so he didn't really come into the picture till later. So, but I spent a lot of time by myself. I didn't have an older brother. My dad never went to church with us. And my dad grew up, both my parents are Polish Catholics. I mean, they're not from Poland. My ancestry is Polish Catholic. And my dad just didn't like the church we went to. And the reason why we even went to that particular church was because my parents were separated, and my mom wanted to find a community to become a part of. And that's kind of why I have that, and then I have my school, and that's kind of where my Christianity kind of stems from. And I, for the longest time, believed in all that stuff. When I was in college, when I went to UIC, on the train, I would take the bus and I'd take the train to downtown, because I still lived at home. I had a Bible. I had like a Revised Standard Version Bible. It was a real small one, and I started reading the Old Testament, and I was part of some competitions. I was part of the Orthodox. Well, this was actually, no, that was before I wasn't Orthodox when I started college, but before that, right before we left, I was actually competing in what the Orthodox call Bible Bowl. It was basically, every year they would assign a book of the Bible, and we would have to learn. It was basically like a trivia. It's kind of like Jeopardy or Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
I did something like that when I was a kid.
Oh, you did? Oh, you
yeah,
did?
for my church. Yeah, it was called Gigwa.
Gigwa.
Gigwa. Yeah, I have no idea what it stands for, but it was something like a bunch of places did.
And what book, or what was the nature of Gigwa?
So they had you would get like a necklace with a cross on it, and they had like different things you could compete in or do, and then you would get a bead for each one you accomplished.
Yeah.
And so, like, one of my brothers, his necklace was like decked out. He had all the stuff, but me, I only had a few. And they had a competition where they had it was like a trivia thing, like a game night.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And I got second place because I got Genesis 1:1 wrong, and some girl got it right. I said like the verse wrong, and I lost because of that.
Wait, so did they ask you, what kind of questions did they ask you? Did you have to like fill in they would ask us questions like, oh, what was the city, or what was what was the place mentioned at this point, what exactly was said in this particular verse and all that?
Yeah, they did.
Did you fill the verse in? So we started. So what kind of questions did they ask you?
Well, it was kind of stuff like that. For like the actual like trivia nights, it was just different. It was like finish this verse or name this verse or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, you had to name the verse? We didn't have to do that. Oh, that would have been tough to name the verse.
It's not. They were like pretty like easy verses. It wasn't like obscure Bible knowledge. It was like the basic.
Okay, yeah. So we actually did the obscure Bible knowledge. So what was it, 2000? So I was like 15. We did the Book of John that year, and we actually won. We went to Indianapolis and competed against the other Orthodox churches, and we won. We got first place. We got first place, and so we got to a month later. This was that summer. We went to Pennsylvania, which was where We went to I actually got to go back to the Orthodox summer camp that they have here in the United States, especially Antiochian one. It's called Antiochian Village, and it's in I forget what part of Pennsylvania it's in. I don't know if it's still there, but I'm assuming it is. But we went there, and I got to meet the metropolitan of the North American Archdiocese. The metropolitan is basically like the cardinal of the Orthodox Church, basically, something like that high up, the leader of the Archdiocese. And so I actually got to meet him, Metropolitan Philip at the time.
Damn.
And we went and we went there and we got to compete again against all the other churches in the country that did really good in the regions. We got third because I forgot what the mistake was. There was I don't remember if I made a mistake or if my teammates made a mistake, but we got one question wrong, and because of that we got third place. Maybe it was two questions, I don't remember. Two of us got an answer wrong, so we got third place. But it was still a great year. And then we did it again for one more year. That was the last year I was at the church, 2001. And so 2000 was Book of John, 2001 was the Book of Genesis. But we didn't cover all of Genesis. We didn't cover like the genealogies and all the word salad, he's talking
about his kids and
we didn't cover the genealogies. We didn't cover. What's funny is we didn't cover Abraham or Jacob or Isaac. We covered Joseph. We covered the Tower of Babel. We covered Noah, the creation, Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, and I don't remember. Tower of Babel and then Joseph. So we skipped quite a bit. So we didn't really cover Abraham and all that. So I do have to reread the Abraham stuff. I have to reread Jacob and all that. It's been a while since I've read, like, if I remember correctly, Jacob wrestles an angel.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know, but Jacob is basically one thing I did remember from my Old Testament history in grade school was Jacob is Israel, and his 12 sons are the 12 tribes of Israel. Mm-hmm. And Israel itself, the Israelites are completely gone. Like according to history, they just vanished. And
yeah, that's
all that's left is Judah and Levi and Benjamin, which ultimately became, what we know as, the Jewish people.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, even a lot of like the Jewish people that claim they're Jewish today, their blood's like it's kind of funny because they're very obsessed with like blood, but their bloodlines are like extremely mixed.
Yeah.
So like Ashkenazi Jews or whatever, however you say it, like they're a big one. And they're like European. So
yeah,
it's pretty crazy.
And apparently they have like this big network where they, for what they call them, Jewry or something. They have this big network around the world where
world Jewry.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like when you say it like a network, it kind of sounds like more I mean, it is pretty sinister, but it's not like a secret thing. It's basically just because you know how like we talked about earlier with them being in different countries and they don't assimilate. They assimilate with each other by connecting with the different versions of themselves throughout the world. Like a big thing, yeah, like what Nevergoon just says, Ashkenazi Jews tend to only marry among themselves. So there's actually some inbreeding with the groups as well. But the way like organized Jewry used to work is it used to be like letters and pamphlets like before, like back in like the 1800s, 1600s.
Yeah.
Like they would have like newspapers that they would write. Like there would be a national Jewish newspaper for America, and a Jew in Europe would read it. And that's kind of how they would connect with each other. And then nowadays it's through like corporations and companies. They just kind of look out for each other and they'll support one another over anybody else.
you have this precedes like Israel, right? Like this thing, this kind of network has
Oh
been
yeah.
around for as long as
Way
I mean,
before Israel was even a state, they had newspapers, they had pamphlets. Like the guy who literally created Zionism, he also, funny enough, helped create communism as well. He was
so
one of the
are you talking about the the I forgot the gentleman's name that you talked about in one of your
yeah
video essays?
Moses Hess.
Was his name Moses Hess? Okay.
Moses Hess, yeah. Which his name when he was born, it was like Moritz. It was Moritz Hess, and then he changed it when he became like radical about his lineage because he was an atheist.
Now
And
he lived at the same time as Karl Marx.
yeah, he was a mentor to Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. He actually helped introduce both of them together, and they're the ones that
Sorry.
wrote the manifesto.
Yeah.
And they started
It's
a pamphlet before that too.
yeah, so it's crazy, like how connected communism, collectivism is with Judaism.
Yeah, I mean it stems from
What's
the
funny is
root.
what's weird is I've always known that. Like that was like one of the few things I mean that was one of the things I always knew. The first thing I learned about Marx was that he started communism. He was Jewish, and Lenin and the Soviet Union took his ideas to heart. But I didn't really learn much of all the stuff in between that. Like like I didn't know about Germany. I didn't realize how much. I mean, obviously Marx is German. I didn't realize like the reason why the Nazis became a thing was because there was a lot of communists in the government.
Yeah, well, what happened in Russia with like the Bolsheviks revolution? A big part of that was led by like the Jews in that area. In fact, because a majority of them were like of Jewish descent, and they were planning on doing the same thing, but in Germany.
Why were they anti-religious? Like what? Yeah,
well,
like
well, they didn't burn any of the synagogues. That's for sure. They burned all the Christian churches.
or the Orthodox
They're
Christians.
so here's, and a lot of people might disagree with me saying this. Jews are anti-religious in the sense that they hate Christianity. They don't really care about Islam because Islam is not a threat to them. What's a threat to them is Christianity, because Christianity is the only real religion, and it's also the religion where our God came as a man, as Jesus, and essentially told the Pharisees and all the Jewish leaders, it's like, hey, you guys are wrong. And it's like, I'm the prophecy and this is what's going to happen. And they rejected him.
Yeah.
And the ultimate form of their rejection is to just hate Christianity forever, because it's really the only religion they actually do hate. They don't care if you're Muslim or if you're Hindu or if you're whatever. It's about Christianity. It's about Rome. They hate Rome. They hate
because the fact that Rome, occupied the Holy Land.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a big part of it, but it's really just like it stems from a hatred of Jesus. It's always been a rejection of Jesus. And even before Jesus came, the Israelites were constantly rejecting God. Like they fell from God multiple times. In fact,
you had the golden calf, you had
like Moloch, all these different gods that they worship with with that one time where they invited they started worshiping different gods because the one dude wanted to sleep with that queen or whatever. I forget. I think it was David's son. What was his name again?
Solomon.
Solomon. Yeah. He did that where he was just trying to sleep with that queen. So they added their god. Yeah. So it's like even the occultism stems from a sect of Judaism, and that was a version of Judaism that fell from God, and they started practicing witchcraft and communing with demons and doing blood rituals, and that's where like Hermetic teachings come from, and that's where alchemy comes from, and all these different things, they stem from that. And that's why even in the Bible, there's like a passage, I think it's in Revelations, and it talks about people going to hell. And there's a verse where God says, let your astrology or your alchemy save you. It essentially, it's talking to those versions of Jews that practice, or no, let your witchcraft or your astrology save you from hell. And there's always been like offshoots and Jews kind of rejecting God in some way. And so when Jesus actually came, and then he, the word became flesh, and he was the law incarnate as a man, they ultimately rejected him. And to this day, they still reject him. And that's kind of what it's always been. It's always been for them a version of them rejecting God. And that's why, Jesus kind of became the change to that. You didn't have to be a Jew. It wasn't about being a Jew or Gentile anymore. It's about being a Christian. It changes how you get into heaven, and there is no more God's chosen people. I know it's like very convoluted, and I'm not really doing a good way, or I'm not doing a good job at explaining myself right now.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This is a very engaging
there's like so
conversation.
much. There's so much.
To it.
Yeah, there's so much to it, but essentially, like, let me read you Lester Keys of Solomon. Okay, yeah. So this guy's pretty on the ball, but essentially,
this is Nas. This is my resident guy that likes to troll all the time. But yeah, I love the guy. So
yeah, but I mean, it's like, to a certain point of view, it's just like it's always been a rejection of God. If you look at it, you can look at the Old Testament to even to today. It's always them having a problem. And even if you look at a lot of Judaism today, what is it? Most of it is just them trying to trick God. They have these days where they can't use electricity, and then they'll have like a top 10 tricks and tips on how you can still use electricity. Or they have like that 1 week out of the year where you can't eat red meat or meat at all. And they're like, well, if you do this, here's top 10 tricks on how you can still eat meat during whatever. And it's like they don't even like view God the same way that we view God. They see God as nothing more than
a means to an end.
Yeah, well, it's not the same as we see him. It's not the same as what he is. Even with the devil, they believe the devil is nothing more than a trickster, or like somebody who works with God. He's God sends the devil.
So it's like kind of like in the book of Job.
Kind of, but like not to the same degree. It's like they don't believe in hell, essentially, for themselves.
Yeah, they call it what they call it, Sheol.
Well, yeah, but it's not for them.
Oh,
it's for us. It's
for the non-Jew, for the goy.
Yeah, like they see it as like for them, like it's very fickle. And yeah, and then you also have like this guy in the comments, he keeps saying like elites. And it's like, well, most of them are like Jews, but you do have some that aren't. And you do have a lot of people that have power that have no connection to this whatsoever. They have like their own motivations.
Mm-hmm.
But the religious aspect, it's just very weird because it's so obvious that they hate Christians. But you have like that sect of Christianity, the Judeo-Christians, which their whole thing is that you have to love Jews, and that Jews are better than you, and that you should always support Israel. It's pretty crazy, and it's kind of hard to talk about like in a way to where you can walk through all the steps, because there's just so much to it. There's so much with history. That's like what you're talking with like Karl Marx and communism and all these different things, and look at how much communism has affected the world as a whole. Like it can't even be stated how impactful that was. It's changed the world in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
So it's a lot, and it's a lot to tell somebody. You can't really just tell somebody who's never heard this without them thinking you're insane, because it's so radically different from the traditional worldview that people have. Like, even if you're not Christian, just if you're a regular person who just goes to school, it's such a radically different, view on what the world actually is. Everything from the world wars to like the banking system, to just, all these different people who are in positions of power. Like, yeah, like he's talking about the Talmud, Jesus is boiling and excrement. Yeah, they hate Jesus. They hate God. And
This would be a very, very interesting thing for me to research. I'll have to. I mean, yeah, like I've been hearing, like we were talking about the Talmud. That's something I really need to familiarize myself more with. So,
but the thing is, you got to be careful when you research it, because the whole like the way it's structured is, it's okay for them to lie to you. It's okay for them and their religion to lie to you because you're not Jewish. They can lie to you all day.
what do you mean?
Because-
What do you mean lie? Like
in the sense that, like,
mislead?
no, they can just straight up lie to you. You're a goy. You're not a human. You're not a person. So they don't have to be truthful to you. They don't have to be honest. And so what happens is, you'll read something like the Talmud, and then you'll go and you'll ask a rabbi, "Oh, what do you mean by this?"
And
They'll say this. They'll say, "Oh, we're not talking about your Jesus. We're talking about another Jesus. We're not talking about your Jesus is Mary. We're talking about another Jesus is Mary." They'll lie to you, and they'll say, "Oh, well, that's not something we actually really believe. It's just something some rabbi wrote." And it's like, okay, well, then why does every rabbi ever have to spend 7 years studying this? And why do you guys keep repeating these things? And why do you have this attitude towards anybody who isn't Jewish, especially Christians? And they'll lie to you because to them, it's okay to lie. To them, it's okay to mislead you or cheat you or do any of these things because you're not one of them. And so when you try to study these things like the Talmud, and then you go and you try to talk to them and be like, "Hey, what do you mean by this?" They'll just lie to you, and they'll say, "Oh, it's no big deal," or "It's not really like that," or "That's not what we really meant." But
I've heard that before.
Yeah, and he's in the comments, Nas is saying it's the same with Muslims. It's like, well, yeah, like Muslims are not so different. Like, there's a lot of people that think, "Oh, well, Muslims are way better than Jews," and it's like, honestly, not really. Like, they don't like Christians either. It's the idea they like Jesus a little bit more, but they still think you're an enemy because you worship Jesus.
I mean, they've destroyed churches in the Middle East. And I've seen messed up, footage of like, like this militants just going around killing people for being Christian and all that. It's just wild what's going on in the Middle East and all that. So, yeah, like I kind of dragging this one down, but man, it's been 2.5 hours. So
my bad.
No, it's not. No. I'm enjoying this conversation. Like this, but I'm really. I mean, yes. I mean, this would have to be something I would have to look into without maybe asking somebody or something. So
no, I mean, you can ask. I don't mean like don't ask. I'm just saying, there's a lot of defenses they use against a lot of this stuff.
Yeah,
it's from the perspective of it's not meant for you. You're not supposed to read this. So if you do read it and if you have questions, they're just going to lie to you.
I'll keep that in mind. But yeah, that's very interesting. So, like I said, well, here, Nas has a question for you.
Ryan Dawson's work. Let me see. I might have seen like something of him. I just can't remember the name. Him. What?
Forgive me for laughing when I heard that. Him.
I think it gave me the wrong person. All right. Oh yeah, this guy. Yeah, this guy is a hard on for. He's like somewhat based, but he's kind of a bitch. I've seen him on Twitter and in Twitter Spaces. He's like one of those dudes who he like abandoned America and stuff. It's like I've seen like some of his stuff. Like he's pretty good, but also at the same time he's like kind of a bitch. I don't know.
He's a bitch.
He doesn't like Nick. He doesn't like Nick. So I'm a griper, so I disagree with him with that. But also he's like super like focused on just Jews all the time.
Yeah.
And I know I talked about Jews for like the past like hour, so I get it. But it's like not everything is Jews and not everything is Israel. That's kind of like where I you know, I kind of deviate. But I mean, he does good work. It's just his whole thing is I'm pretty sure he like left America.
I don't know.
He
I
was,
have no idea
he
who
was
this guy. I
abandoned
have
ship.
no idea who this guy is.
Ryan Dawson lives in America. Let me see.
Let's see.
Attention government. Spiro Mitzer. It's not giving me it. I could be wrong, but it's like he's just one of those. Yeah, he lives in Japan or Korea. Yeah, like Asia. Like he's one of those dudes who complains about America, and he's right about a lot of stuff. He did a lot of really good research. But he's one of those people. I think he's like in the same vein as like Candace Owens. Like they're all in the same group with each other. And
Okay.
Candace Owens is like, dude, she's fucking crazy. Like she's talking about how she's a dream weaver and she has like powers, and Charlie Kirk's like a time traveler or some it's just like fucking crazy shit. It's like, dude, look, I get the shooting with Charlie Kirk is weird. I don't believe the official narrative either, but like,
You don't believe that? You don't believe that? What's his name? Robinson?
I don't think he killed him, no. And I don't like, there's obviously some conspiracy going on. I don't like the people over at Turning Point. I don't like Erica Kirk. Like there's already rumors of her having like a new boyfriend. And I
saw that it was someone suggested Tom Brady.
It's definitely not that. That's bullshit 100%. But she is seeing somebody else supposedly. And also, I heard from a pretty reliable source that she lost custody of her kids because she's not at home. Like she hasn't been able to like raise her kids or some shit, which that could be not true. But I've heard from pretty reliable people that don't spread rumors that that's what's been going on. And she's very weird. Like she's connected to all these CIA ties, all these different things. So I get like the conspiracies. And I don't trust Kash Patel or the FBI at all. But like the idea that he got electrocuted, that was the first thing. And then it was like a drone. And then it was like there's a trap door underneath Charlie. And then there was like this other thing with like these planes.
Trapdoor.
Yeah, there's a theory that there's a trapdoor underneath his chair and the gun popped out of the trapdoor and shot him. I'm not even kidding. This was shit that like all these people were talking about. Yeah, it's retarded, dude. And then there's a theory about how like everybody who's wearing a red shirt was in on it and in the crowd. And there's another theory. Candace was talking about how all these planes were tracking her and they were all connected with Egypt or some shit. Like
I heard about that. Where did that come from?
It fucking came from her, and it was bullshit. She had to like come out and admit that she got it wrong. And then she had another thing where she talked about like how everything, like there's a plane that landed and left right after, and she got the time zones mixed up. She thought Utah had their own time zone. And it's like, dude, look, bro, like she's just a dumb bitch, and she had like some things that were right, but she got a lot of shit wrong, and she's obviously dragging shit out for money. And Ryan is kind of like in the same vein. He's in that pool of people that are just kind of doing the same stuff.
Yeah, I've heard of her, but I've never heard of him. So, the only reason why I know of her is because everybody talks about her. So that's the reason why I've never listened to her. I don't know nearly. The only thing I know about her is that she married someone. She married royalty.
Yeah,
in the UK.
She married into some money.
But
this guy's asking about Whitney Webb. I think she's the one that does Unlimited Hangout, right? I think so. I'm pretty sure. I read that as well. That's got a lot of the Epstein stuff.
Yeah, I didn't. I never heard of Epstein until he died. I don't know. And then,
Oh no, I was pretty big into that like way before. Like I've kind of been on like this whole thing even before the WikiLeaks happened with the Pizzagate scandal and Comet Ping Pong and all those different things. So
I'm
I've been
trying to
pretty-
remember what Pizzagate is versus
man.
versus because there's Gamergate, there's Pizzagate. I'm trying to remember which one's which.
So Gamergate has to do with like feminism and like the Me Too movement and
Yeah.
like a few other things. Pizzagate has to tie into Jeffrey Epstein and the politics, the politicians that were trafficking kids, and like Hillary Clinton, John Podesta, Ollie
Weiner.
Fantis or whatever, the guy who owned Comet Ping Pong, which was like this pizza place where a lot of crazy shit would happen at with like politicians and underage minors, and it plays into Jeffrey Epstein. So Jeffrey Epstein, the conspiracy around him, that's kind of where Jamie Olifantis or whatever, which by the way, I remember looking at that dude's Instagram before he like locked everybody out. I saw like all those pictures he had of like the little girls. That shit was disgusting.
Yeah.
That was like honestly one of the most disgusting things I've ever. And I was like, I wasn't even an adult yet when all that stuff was happening. I was like 17. Yeah, like there's like Pizzagate. I can't even explain that. Like, and like that's literally like it's years of shit. Just years and years of stuff.
Yeah, that's going to require a separate.
If you want some good stuff, look up Mouthy Buddha. He I don't think he's on YouTube anymore. He actually got banned off YouTube because his videos were extremely based. But he did a whole series with Pizzagate.
What is it called? Mouthy Buddha?
Yeah, Mouthy Buddha. I think he might be on Rumble or BitChute.
By the way, first ever stream of me doing Rumble as well. So subscribe to my Rumble account.
Oh yeah, dude. Put the link on X. I'll follow you.
All right. I think I put it somewhere. It was weird. I had to like create a stream on Rumble, and then I had to upload like a short video in order to hold it or something like that. And then I connected that to my StreamYard, which is what I use for streaming, obviously. So it's weird. It's weird how
a little different.
It's different because before I was doing, I would dual stream on YouTube and X, but then X, everybody's a bot. But it seems like Rumble, everybody's a bot too. So only real people come out of YouTube.
It's like Rumble is good for just kind of security in the sense that if you ever get deleted or whatever, you have all your stuff there. That's kind of like the way. This guy's asking me to explain Frazzle Drip. Dude. Odyssey, I had a friend a long time ago. He was pretty bullish on Odyssey. And I just, like, I do like the fact that you can back stuff up there, but I just don't like Odyssey. I don't like the way they do things with the like crypto shit. I don't know if they still do that, but like that just whole system is just weird to me. But I get why you like it. I get why people like it. I just personally don't like Odyssey that much. But this dude's talking about Frazzle Drip. Dude, that's like with the what is it? What's his name? The fucking Weiner, Anthony Weiner. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the laptop and the video with what's his name, naked whipping people. Yeah.
Oh my God,
I don't think we can talk about that on YouTube, dog. I'm not even lying. That's like, and we can't, but I know what that is. I was there, dude. Like I was there for the entire thing. Dude, before Julian Assange was getting like tortured. No, there was one with, I know you're talking about the one with Hillary, but there is one with another older guy.
That's crazy.
And yeah, like I was there. Like I was there before Julian Assange was getting tortured.
Yeah, I remember. Like I remember he was like. I remember he would be. Because I used to watch Bill Maher all the time. He would be he would be like in like some sort of embassy protected while he would do an interview with Bill Maher or something like that. So
Yeah, that was his last place.
yeah,
When he got extradited out of there, and then he got tortured for like years.
is he out, or is he still?
I can't remember, but I know he's like fucked up. Like even if he's out, like he's not the same person. He's like completely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
because
was,
I've seen I've seen the pictures. It's messed up.
yeah, but the drip thing he's talking about, yeah, the video did get wiped, but all that was on Anthony Weiner's laptop, and I'm not going to go into all the details because we can't talk about that, but it does have a lot to play with who that guy's married to, his wife. His wife is very that's like what it's referring to is her. All that's like, dude, that because that whole like thing, and to anybody who's watching this who doesn't know what we're talking about, is going to sound so autistic to them. It's going to sound like so all over the place because it just is. Like, you just kind of had to be there to watch all these things happen, because half of this shit you can't even find it on the internet anymore. And to be honest, you probably don't even want to see it, but a lot of it did get wiped, and a lot of the people who did see it physically, they ended up, not being alive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the WikiLeaks
Right.
are still out there, but that's kind of like the surface level into it. But yeah, that's like a whole. That's like a whole thing.
That's a whole nother bag of stuff. So
Yeah, and I'm going off of like memory from like 10 years ago, so it's kind of hard to remember certain things, but
yeah,
all the major stuff I remember.
Yeah, this is definitely something I'm going to have to do my own due diligence on to fully grasp the picture and all that. So, but yeah, I wanted to. So, like, I know I brought this up, but I wanted to talk about faith and spirituality. So, despite all the F-bombs and all the cussing that you do, at the end you're very dignified, and you say, Christ is King. So I remember you said you rebelled, and you were atheist and agnostic at one point. What brought you back? What got you? What brought? I don't remember if I already asked this. I apologize.
No, I don't think we talked about it, but I mean, I just kind of, so the reason why I wasn't like an atheist anymore is because I was an atheist for like a very long time, and it was very performative. Like, I didn't actually believe that. I didn't believe there was no God. I just wanted to, out of like rebellion for my family and just like different stuff. And I became agnostic in the sense that I just didn't really care. And I had gone through some like traumatic like issues with certain things, and I became pretty numb. And it was I went through like a couple years where I was just agnostic, from the sense that I just didn't really give a shit about anything. Like, I didn't care, and I was a pretty bad person. And in me like doing things that were wrong, I kind of like woke up to, hey, I got to stop doing this stuff. It was kind of centered around like women and dating. And I just knew I shouldn't be talking to this person, or I shouldn't be doing these things with these people. And I'm kind of like hurting them by doing these things, or like I'm just not being a good person. And then I just started being more compelled to come back to Christ, in the sense that like I always knew God was real. I always knew that Jesus is God and he is the Lord. And you could say, well, that's because I was raised to do so, and you might be true. I mean, you might be right. But the reason why I like became a Christian again is just because really, when you do kind of look at the world and you see a lot of the things that go on and a lot of the things that happen, is there is a spiritual element to it all. a lot of the motivations that people have, whether it be money or power, there's usually something more beyond that. And so when you kind of look into like what we just did, like WikiLeaks, Pizzagate, all these different things, you see that there's something else there. It's not just a physical thing. Even for a lot of these people that are abusing kids, there's more to it. There's a spiritual thing. There's a, like you could say, a Satanist thing that comes from this. And you see a lot of evil in the world, and you kind of just see that there is a devil. There is like something that is other than us. There's something greater than us. And just kind of thinking about this, like over the years, I just became more and more compelled to get back into reading the Bible. And I was like, I want to read a version of the Bible that isn't like changed. Because a lot of the newer versions, they take out verses or they change things because for political reasons. So I was like, I'm going to start reading the Bible as an agnostic and just see what happens. And I don't know. It just kind of started speaking to me, and I just kind of I came to a realization that there is a God, there is a spiritual aspect to this world. There are things that I could never comprehend. There are things that humans can never comprehend, and that's just the reality of the situation. That's just the way the universe is. And I know for a fact that Christianity is the only real religion, because just seeing the way the world treats Christianity, seeing the way, like real Christianity, not the fake bullshit, but like the actual real traditional version of Christianity, it's tested in so many ways, and they're persecuted in so many ways that no other religion really is. And it just kind of spoke to me, and I started just reading the Bible more and more, and I just rededicated my life to Christ. And I was like, you know what? I am a Christian, actually. I do believe in these things because these things are real. And even if I didn't believe in them, people who have way more power and way more resources and actually have an influence on the world and how the world works, they believe in it. They believe in a God. They believe in a devil. They believe in these things. And they're compelled by things greater than them to do a lot of the stuff that they do. And if these people who are in all these positions of power, if that's how they feel, then who am I to say that it's not real? Who am I to question these things? And so it really just comes down to that. I just felt compelled to start taking this stuff serious. And I'm not a perfect Christian, obviously. I'm never going to be one. But I definitely 100% am convinced and believe in this, because the more and more you look at the world and you see how much evil there is and how fallen everything is and how much prophecy there is, stuff that like the Bible talks about that just comes true all the time, it's just insane. And I mean, I don't know. Like, other than that, it's just, there's just like a drive that's in me to come back. That's the only way I can describe it. I don't know how else to say it. It's not like some rational person came up to me and gave me a speech, or I saw some video on YouTube that gave me a motivation. It was just one day I decided I'm going to buy a Bible and I'm going to start reading it.
Was it your first time really taking it seriously? Like, oh, good night, Nas.
Later, Nas.
Hail ball. Jesus Christ, excuse my language. Sorry. What was I asking? Okay, so you just decided, I'm going to read it. And so do you go to church at all? Do you go to a particular denomination, or do you, because I remember in one of your videos you said don't really try to listen to what people tell you what the Bible is. Read it yourself.
Yeah,
And
I
I
mean,
remember.
right now I'm kind of in between churches. I'm trying to find one that is actually good. My problem is a lot of them are pretty bad where I'm living. So I live in a big city, and there's not too many good ones. But I'm trying to find one.
It's like what's like if what is an issue? Like you said, you're kind of looking for a church. Like, do the churches that you've been to kind of come off as too performative or something?
That, and also a lot of them are very like feminist.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. So there's a lot of issues I have. But for now, I read and I watch like older services from like different pastors, and
You should watch. You should check out. And I watched. I was listening to it during when I was at work. I was listening to I was listening to a St. John Chrysostom Divine Liturgy, and I don't know, something about the chanting and all that seems very otherworldly and
mm,
very soothing. So I don't know. Maybe I don't know, maybe check it out. They have a few of them on YouTube.
mm, I'll become an ortho bro.
Yeah, where did that come from? I mean, I follow. I do follow a few like Orthodox influencers. They're like, what's his name? Father Moses. He's like the Mr. Beast of.
Oh, I think I've seen some of his videos.
Yeah, like
I've seen I think I've seen him talk about like Israel a few times. I don't know if that's the one I'm thinking of. He's got like a big beard. Is he the one that talks outside? There's a few of them
No,
that have like YouTube channels.
he has like a whiteboard and all that.
Mm,
I've seen a few videos where he works out and all that. So um,
mm,
so I follow him on the Catholic side. I don't know if you've ever heard of Trent Horn. He's a
Trent
Catholic.
Horn.
Yeah, Council of Trent. That's another YouTuber, another YouTube channel I follow. He's a Catholic apologist. The Redeemed Zoomer is another one. He's a
I like
Protestant.
Dean Zoomer. I watch him
Okay.
for sure.
There's another Catholic father, and he like I listened to like the video I listened to was him arguing for against sola scriptura, which is like the Bible is the ultimate authority as opposed to the church, the Catholic
Mm,
Church. Because if you don't have a Bible, you don't have a council in Nicaea, you don't have a Bible without the church. So I thought that was an interesting one. I forget. There's a few others, and then of course I did a Chilporial talking Tolkien and Catholicism with Miss Martin Muses. So and she just read Wheel of Time. I'm still trying to finish Wheel of Time. So that
mhm.
she's another person. She started a channel called Catholic Explaining. So I don't know. Like I mean like I'll tell you about. Do you want to hear my journey?
Yeah.
It's a little bit more pessimistic.
Mm,
I feel like, and I mean, I mean, I consider myself open-minded, open to changing my mind about stuff. Um, but at the moment, I don't believe there is a God. I
mm,
don't believe there is an afterlife. When we die, I feel it's better unless I would be less anxious if when we die, we simply cease to exist versus going to a place that Christianity is trying to sell us because it's basically a sales pitch.
uh,
So that's kind of where I'm at, and it's because of
so why do you feel that way? Do you not
I,
like the
I
idea of the afterlife? Are you
well the
anxious about it because of
I once I had a
like the
dream that
judgment?
once I had a dream once I had a dream that I was like there was a possibility I could die, and that was the only I've never had a panic attack. ever, consciously, but in my dream, I did have a panic attack, and it was the worst feeling ever in my dream. So I mean, I wasn't awake or anything, and I thought, I mean, I try to think about this logically, and it just doesn't really make a whole lot of, I mean, sense to me. It just doesn't feel real. I, I mean, going to church all those years, I mean, when I was younger, I believed in everything. I mean, I still live my life the Christian way. I grew up Christian. Like I do. I'm charitable. I'm in a position where I can be charitable. I help other. I donate. I'm single, so I don't have a family. I don't have kids, and I'm actually living at home. I don't rent or anything like that. I did rent, but I don't rent anymore because it's a waste of money. I'm trying to save up for my own property. But I'm in a position where I can be charitable. I can, donate to people if they need help or something, friends and everything. I believe in compassion. I mean, I'm willing to listen to hear people out. That's part of the reason why I love Star Trek so much is I looked up to those characters. There was something about them that, like, they were open-minded. They were willing to have conversations. They were willing to, like what sold me on that franchise. I saw the Wrath of Khan. So I saw the Wrath of Khan. Wrath of Khan's the one where Mr. Spock dies at the end of the movie. He saves the ship, and he dies. And then the next movie is called Search for Spock. And that movie, I was a kid, and I didn't have friends. I was in sixth grade. I was in fifth, sixth grade. So I didn't have friends. And so I didn't really know what it was like to have friends, but it was something I really wanted. And I still have that feeling to this day. But at the end of Wrath of Khan, they put Mr. Spock in a photon torpedo casing, and they shoot him off into the Genesis planet, because there's a biblical theme to the Wrath of Khan where the villain Khan basically seizes a weapon, or not a weapon, but a technology that allows terraforming, and they call it Genesis, and it creates a planet. And the explosion at the end of the villain's ship blows up, and it creates this new planet out of nothing. And as that planet's being created, Mr. Spock dies because they have to get the fuck out of there. And the only way to get the fuck out of there is if they have to. He has to go inside the engine room. Go inside the engine room that's filled up with radiation. He has to go and fix it, and he ends up, dying as a result. And they basically instead of burying him in space, they simply put him in a tube in a torpedo, and they shoot him off to the Genesis planet. Well, they find out that there's a possibility he could be alive because of the nature of this planet, of this terraforming. And they go back for him, and they save him, and they bring him. They use Vulcan mysticism, and they bring him back to life. And it was something that, and in the movie Search for Spock, Kirk and the rest of them basically gave up their livelihoods. They gave up their careers and potentially their lives to go after and bring Mr. Spock back home. And to me, that was the ultimate expression of friendship that could happen. And it connected with me because of the fact that I grew up Christian. I grew up with, loving one another, loving your neighbors, yourself, your friends, loving your family. For the longest time I was into that. For the longest time I was really connected with that. But then as I got older, I met more and more church Christians. I tried out different churches, and it just came off as performative. It didn't come off as real. And I mean, maybe I'm filling my head up with, conspiracies and all that, but I personally think now that we basically started religion. So human civilization started religion so that we wouldn't all kill each other and that there would be a structure. There would be a moral structure.
So you think all morals come from religion?
Religion, philosophy, stories, told throughout the eons. But I think morals come from humans, ultimately.
Like all humans?
No. Wise humans that were able to think and articulate and teach.
And do you think that's where they have them now, or they originate from ones that were like very wise from before, and we just pass them down essentially from them?
I would say what was the two again? Sorry.
So you said wise people are the reason why we have morals. And if they're wise, so you're saying that the reason why we have religion is so we don't kill each other, so we have some type of moral structure. And then you believe that morals weren't created from religion or God, but from wise people. So thus the wise people created religion as a way to give
people
morals?
People have imaginations. They can think of things. They can come up with things. You'd be surprised.
No, I mean, yeah, 100%. Like I understand that, like people's perceptions.
I mean, this has nothing to do with me being upset at God, or which is something that a lot of people, if you talk to certain Christians, they will say, "Oh, what are you upset with God or something?" I'm not saying I'm upset with God. I'm just saying I'm not necessarily convinced that He actually exists.
What would
I think Christ existed.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's literally no way.
There's evidence of that.
Refute that.
Whether or not he rose from the dead, I used to believe that.
But you think it's all like lies to give people moral structure,
give people hope. Yeah, so that they could strive to be better than they are.
And you don't think there's any other way for if God isn't real, and if there is, morals come from humans, like wise humans, you don't think there's any other type of system they could have come up with to do all those things?
What do you mean?
Like because if you're saying religion is really just kind of created to give people hope and to keep people, morally structured in a way, you don't think there's another system they could have came up with?
System?
Or like, I don't know.
Probably not. I mean,
do you think it would be better, like humans would be better if they didn't believe in God?
No.
So you believe that humans, in a way, they need the idea of God, and so they create that, because if they don't have it, they kill each other.
They kill each other, or they lose hope, or the whole idea of, confronting the fact that, the other big thing is, people die.
Mm-hmm.
Family members die. The hope of having, believing in something is the hope of once again seeing them again, whether it be in paradise or wherever. And I totally understand that, and it's a hard one.
No, yeah, like so you're coming at it. It's not that you like hate God and that's why you feel this way. It's because you haven't been shown something that can prove it to you, or make a logical sense to you.
Yeah,
as to why it's like real, other than just being used as a way to give people a moral structure.
Yeah, and it's the Catholics, what the Catholics would do, and you probably already know this yourself, but the Catholics basically took ideas to kind of give themselves a more logical thing, to give a more logical appeal. They started, like St. Thomas Aquinas, for instance, started basically taking ideas of Aristotle and basically implementing them as part of Catholic doctrine. He wrote, I forget what he wrote, but he wrote like why it's logical to believe in a God and all that stuff. And they also took Ptolemy's, are you familiar with so before the heliocentric model of especially the solar system, where, the earth and all the bodies, revolve around the sun. Everybody, they used to believe that, it was geocentric. Everybody believed that the earth, everything revolved around the earth.
Yeah. Because it was just
and the Catholics took basically kind of, I don't know if I should say commandeered that idea, but they basically took Ptolemy's idea and they made it theirs. But once again, this is just Catholic. I can't speak for the other Christian faiths. I don't know if the Orthodox even believed any of that stuff. But I mean, I personally feel that, like, the church is this massive institution, this massive business that basically gave purpose to all the men that did not get married for the last couple thousand years. Gave them purpose, gave them something bigger than themselves
other than like a legacy, essentially.
Yeah, other than a legacy, something bigger. And I personally think, now can't be done without a God. I don't know, but I think purpose is something that's essential for humans. Work is something essential for humans. And it fills that hole for a lot of people. Because now, I'm single, and I've been thinking about, there are times where I've fallen into that trap of feeling that life's unfair and all that. Because I'll be honest, growing up, I was always the person that was last picked to be on a sport team. I was always the person that was rejected in favor of someone else. And that kind of plays with you. And I used to feel like, oh, woe is me and all that. I've changed my mindset, thinking about that's kind of a little painful. Right now, but I got myself out of that mindset relatively recently. And I'm more at peace with the idea of just, living your life well. And I believe a lot of the teachings of Scripture, the gospel. I was just reading Luke 15 a couple days ago. And I was talking to Kyle about this. And I think I told you, like, the prodigal son, like, I always, because I'm the oldest, I'm the older brother. I've only one brother. I kind of identify with the older brother in that story, in that parable. And I always had an issue with the fact that the older brother was portrayed as the villain, because the older brother was the one that was obedient. He was the one that was, he was the one that didn't cause problems. He was the one that made sure, everything was, made sure, he was the one that worked hard and made sure, the family's, business was in order and everything was, good. He took care of things. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, this younger brother comes back and he gets this massive party because he simply came back home and all that. And I read it recently, and I kind of understand why the brother was all of a sudden, I kind of understand why the older brother was portrayed that way, was because, the fact that you can bring someone you can bring someone home, you could bring someone back to something is nothing short of a miracle. And my example is, and if this is possible, bringing someone, getting rid of someone with the woke mind virus, and having them see reason and all that. And so my opinion of that kind of changed. My opinion of the prodigal son story changed, and how important it is. But That's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm not saying
But you read, you like read the Bible, and you're very
Yes.
knowledgeable of a lot of the history and everything. So you're kind of in like this. You are kind of like in a weird position, but I mean, you just haven't found something that actually logically has convinced you that it's all a real thing and that
it's just right at this moment. It just seems like church is just nothing but performance and performativeness.
well, forget church, but what about like just God, like the idea of God, the idea of like the universe and creation.
I mean, as much as I've read the Bible and read about God, I don't know God. Like, it's not real to me. Like, do you understand that?
Yeah, like you when
Like,
you tried like
it's
praying, you
it's
don't
like
do anything.
well, it's not like there's no it doesn't feel like there's a connection, a real connection. Like I'm so when people say love Jesus and love God, I asked Kyle this a couple of days ago. I'm like, what does that mean exactly? I'm just asking, what love God? What does that mean? Does that mean love other people? Does that mean love yourself? Does it mean love your family? Does it mean don't be a sinner? I mean, well, obviously don't be a sinner. But and like this is not I'm not saying this to
No, I get you.
so
Like,
I mean, but this is kind of, like I said, this is kind of where I'm at.
Because like I mean,
like I know a lot of people believe, and all this stuff. I mean, just at this point, like, if I don't see it, it's really hard for me to buy into something. Maybe it's because of all the politics and all that. Maybe it's because of like how much people lie. I mean, I know we didn't really get into like the whole Minneapolis thing and how people just continually lie to each other. That's another thing that I've noticed in humans is humans either lie or they're mistaken about a lot of things. Like, there's been so many, documented cases of miracles that have been more or less hearsay. So,
oh yeah, 100%. People exaggerate things, and they but like the idea, because and that's why when I talk about it, it's like it's like when you're thinking of God, you keep thinking of like there's no connection.
They say Sky, like the cringe internet says Sky Daddy. I'm like, shut up, just shut up.
It's like to you, it's like you don't see a connection, and when you don't have the connection, you deter to the church, and then you look at the church, and the church is all performative. And for the most part, majority of churches are just like a business. So you're right. That's one of the reasons why I don't like most of them. And they are very political. So like those aren't like, you're not making bad observations. You're literally you have pattern recognition. But what I would say to you is the idea of like loving God. When people say that, to be quite honest, that's kind of just like a load of bullshit. It's the idea of just loving God. No, like what you're supposed to do as a Christian is you're supposed to fear God. You're supposed to be afraid of what he's capable of doing, because he can do anything. And it doesn't have to come from a place of just fear. It can come from a place of respect, and you can love him through that. But the idea is that whether we want to accept this or not, we are his creation. We're not going to comprehend and understand everything. And so a lot of what Christianity is, like a lot of what you have to do, is not understand everything. And so it's kind of hard to sell it to somebody who is looking for a logical answer, but a lot of it is based on
not even just a logical answer, just like a real answer to be.
Well, I mean
but
it's kind of
subjective.
It's kind of like, like it's subjective, but I mean, there's no way for me to explain that to you. It's just something you have to kind of go through. And I understand that's not good enough for a lot of people or for you, but all I would say for you to do is just to keep reading and maybe pray and just think about it. But like I
honestly haven't prayed in a long time.
I mean, You can try. It's the whole thing is that if you don't do it, like it's not like anything's just gonna happen. You know, you have to do something, and you are reading, and you do know a lot, but this idea of just like loving God, it's like no, you're supposed to fear God, because when you die, there are two places you can go, and
Yeah, and
hell.
that's something I have an issue with too. The whole, because you're like, okay, am I? There's always that doubt, and the last thing I want is to have a panic attack or to be scared when I'm at my very end, when I'm at the end of my my life.
I
That's
think
why
most.
I prefer. Now maybe I'm wrong, but I think I would prefer resting in peace.
So it's
Literally.
just more. It's more like comforting for you.
It's way more comforting. It's a good. Just a great way for. It's more. There's too much anxiety involved with believing that there is an afterlife, and I mean,
Why?
what's this afterlife going to be? What are we going to do? Are we just? I mean, I had this conversation with Kyle. And he's like, oh, we're going to be together. I'm like, how do you know you're going to be together? Together with who? Who's going to be there? How do you know your family's going to be there? I mean, there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee the people that you love are going to be there. There's no guarantee. I mean, there's no guarantee that it's going to. I mean, people say it's supposed to. The argument as well. It's incomprehensible for a mortal to understand the nature of eternity. Well, what are we going to do for eternity? Paint, play video games. What are we going to do?
So you would just rather just not exist?
Well, I mean, do we remember when we were born? We're not going to know when we're going to die. I don't think we're going to know when we're going to die. It's just going to happen.
Okay. No, I get what you're. Because it's just more of a logical, comforting thing for you. I used to kind of like I used to have that, like it was like I would much rather just be gone. Like I wouldn't want to continue on, and like
we will simply cease to exist. That's all it is. I mean, now I don't know if there's an immortal soul. I've been researching, where that came from, and why people why we believe that.
What'd you find?
Well, the Greeks, I think it was Plato that I think was one of the earliest written. Plato was the one that kind of talks about. I forget what was a republic, but I don't know if it was the Republic or if it was. I forget which publication, but it was originally something Plato came up with. Talks about, but it's obviously much older than that. It was something that was passed down, word of mouth. So, and of course, Judaism kind of got its hands on it. They incorporated it into their religion.
I mean, like every religion has
Christianity
like a version of the afterlife.
Yeah. So
like every culture and every religion has that.
Yeah. So it's like it's really a really. So
you
old
think
thing.
it's just like all fake as a way to just.
Well,
you don't think there's any like, because the problem with like your whole like point of view and your approach to it is if you're wrong, it's like you're fucked. And so there's, and that's why, like I say, like you have to approach it from the idea of fearing God, and I don't know if that's going to be good enough for you.
I mean, there's so many other.
It's like I don't understand
other religions. So like, it's like
yeah, but like just forget religion. Just think of the idea of God, because right now you don't think there's any God at all. So there's no point in looking at other religions for an answer because you're not even convinced there can be a God. I mean, you don't see the complexity of everything, like the complexity of the universe, like the complexity of atoms, like the fact that there's life on so many different levels. You don't think there's some type of intelligent design to a certain degree?
Well,
like even if God wasn't,
we don't know everything, honestly. So, I mean, we have estimated that the universe is billions of years old. The Earth is billions of years old. We could be wrong. It could be older.
Yeah, I mean,
And
but you don't think. Where do you think all that comes from?
it comes from. It comes from. It comes from years of adapting.
And where did that come from?
Comes
what
from
adapted?
It's basically cells, elements, chemistry.
But where did that
chemicals react, and then chemicals keep reacting, and they become more complex.
Yeah, but if there's nothing, where do the chemicals come from?
From their base components, from the elements, basically.
No, but if you're saying there's, because what I'm saying is, where does the elements, where do they come from? Why do they just appear? Like,
matter can't be created or destroyed. I mean, this is the law of conservation of mass and energy.
And did that exist before time?
We don't know. Maybe time always existed. Maybe. I mean, you can't create or destroy mass or energy. It's always been there.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, so we're part of. You believe 100%. You're like completely. You don't believe in God, but you believe that all this shit just always existed, and then it's just billions of years. You think the idea of a God or an intelligent creator is so like crazy compared to like all of that? That sounds pretty radical.
I don't think it's crazy. I just think
it's just like, where do you think all that comes from? You don't think that could have come from a intelligent creator or like anything like that? Because it's like, I've heard all this shit before, and it's just like, I don't know. It's just like, dude, it's like when you keep going down that hole, it's like, well, where does that stem from? It's like, well, I don't know. Or where does this? Well, we don't know. Or is this like, okay, then what the fuck? Nobody knows anything.
I'm not claiming to know everything. So, I mean, like I said, I am.
But the difference between but the difference between what you're proposing and what a religion proposes, what Christianity proposes, is that it does have an answer. The answer is that the reason why the universe is so complex and there's so many different things like matter and the elements and all these different things is because of a creator. It's because it comes from something, something other than us. And it has that answer. And that might not be good enough for you. But we don't know that for sure.
But
it's always been here. For as long as human history has existed, there's always been the idea of that. And you think they're all wrong?
I don't think they're wrong. I think people think that they're right, and we don't know for sure. None of us. I don't think any of us know for sure.
Well, I mean, yeah, but that's kind of like where the idea of faith comes into play. It's like it's
faith is just. I mean, it's just a way to get bodies into church.
Well, not just that. I don't go to church. I have faith. So what are you saying? Like it's
yeah, okay, good. Okay, fair enough.
Okay, oh my God. This guy in the comments is gay as hell to impose it on others.
No, he's just messing around. He's just messing around. No, Nas is a good guy. I like him.
Mm. Yeah.
No, but this is a good.
It's all like Redditor shit. Like it's like I've heard this a billion times, and it's like, okay, well, then what like atheistic like view is gonna build a great society? What type of like what type of that built Rome or whatever? Like what type of that built a great system? It's like God gives us the spirit of creativity. He inspires us to do great things and create great things. And I know like a lot of people wrestle with the idea of if there is a God, if there is a creator, if this religion's real or not. And it's like, okay, well, there's a lot of reasons for you not to believe it. And I get it. And a lot of the questions you have are very, they're very logical questions, and there's not going to be answers to most of them. And that's where you do have to have faith. And you don't have to go to church to have faith. And it doesn't have to be a church using faith as a way to scheme money out of you. And it's like, that's kind of the idea, is like there's just so much to everything that you just can't comprehend. And it's if for you it's easier to, you know, kind of just not be as anxious to just not believe in all of that, you know, then there's nothing anybody can tell you. Because what I would tell you isn't going to make you less
nobody
anxious.
can tell me anything. It's up to me. And only
Yeah,
I
exactly.
Only I can
but
change my mind. And right now, I mean,
there's nothing
I'm not one of those people that just is single-minded. And
I'm not saying you are.
Well,
but it's definitely
in my own defense, like I have the ability to change my mind, which is, it's a tough thing for most people to do. I get it, but like, I don't know. It's just currently how I view things. Maybe it's more pessimistic. It's more cynical, but that's kind of where I'm at right now. So,
I mean, I used to be like that too when I was going through that phase, and I understand like when I talked about how I like came out of that, it doesn't really explain anything because it was like a compelling feeling. Like it wasn't something I can just explain. It's just something I felt like I needed to do, and I did it. And it just kind of snowballed from there. But the idea of just like overthinking everything, I feel like,
well, I mean, all I have right now is my thoughts in my brain. And because I spend a lot of my time alone, so I do a lot of thinking, and that's just how that's just how I am. I like to think.
Yeah, no, like there's no, and I'm not saying I don't like thinking. I like.
Yeah,
what
you're saying. I mean, I've heard this before, and like you're overthinking it. You shouldn't overthink it. You know, think of the thief on the cross. You know, he just, you know, he said, "Remember me, O Lord, when you come into your kingdom," and then, you know, he was saved and all that. So, I mean. But yeah, that's just that. I'm just telling you that's me sharing where I'm at.
No,
this is not the end all. This is not the end all be all.
It's kind of like one of those things where there's nothing I don't think anybody can tell you that's going to change your mind when you have like that point of view. There's literally, because you said you would much rather just be like laid to rest and that's where it ends, because there's no anxiety involved with that. You know what's going to come. You know what's going to happen.
What do you think happens afterwards?
I think eventually we get judged for our sins, and then we either, you know, get damned or we don't. That's essentially like what it is. And I know like it's not good enough for a lot of people to think that, but like the purpose of life to me is that it's a test. It's a test for two things: to see what you achieved in your life and what you did to achieve it. It's like you might have made $1 billion, but how many people did you fuck over to get that $1 billion? You know, how many people did you screw over to do this? How many people did you lie to or hurt? Or how many people did you help? Or what did you do? But also there's more in the sense of, did you live your life for Christ? Did you actually believe in him? Did you believe he was the Son of God? Did you believe and do your best to live your life in this way? And did you actually try to like do something that mattered? All these different things, I think they play a role. But I mean, the idea that there's like absolute nothing, it's like, yeah, that might be comforting to a certain degree, and there's nothing I can tell you. Like there's no answer of me saying, hey, there's hell.
It makes you appreciate life even more. It makes
not
you
really. Not really, because there's tons of people that think like you, and they have no consideration.
Well, it hurts more when someone passes away. It hurts more, realizing you'll never talk to them, never see them again.
I mean,
so they live on. They live on. My father lives on in me, in my brain, in my mind.
But that doesn't. You can't say that if you just don't believe in an afterlife or in heaven or hell that if someone dies for you, it hurts you more than if it hurts somebody who does believe in heaven or hell. It's like I can know somebody who dies, and it's like you said earlier, I don't know if they were saved or not. Truly, I don't know if I'll speak to them ever again. So you can't say that it's going to hurt you more if somebody you know dies. It hurts people. People get hurt all the time. Like from that, I get what you're saying, but it's like it doesn't make life better for just thinking that everything's going to just end. It just means that you're living your life being a Redditor and just thinking like, oh, there's no.
When you say Redditor, what do you mean? I'm not following you.
It's just it like the Redditor. It's like the Redditor like atheist like thing. Like a lot of like the points that you've made. It's stuff like I've heard before. It's stuff I used to believe too. I used to think the exact same way. And so I would approach stuff like that. And it's like, you know how you said, there's nothing new I can tell you. There's nothing new you can say. It's like, it's like the same thing. You know, I've heard like all the arguments atheists made. I've heard those. I used to believe those. And, you know, there's really no argument I could give you. And there's certainly nothing I can tell you that's going to make you feel less anxious, because the idea of hell is very like, you know, it's going to cause a lot of anxiety.
Assuming it exists.
Exactly. Assuming. But like, I don't know. I mean, there's nothing anybody can tell you that's going to change your mind if like that's kind of the point of view you have. And like you said, you're open-minded, so it could just be somebody who's better at explaining.
I don't know everything, so I could be wrong.
I mean, I don't know everything either. So I get it. Like I get it. Like I don't think like there's anything wrong with the questions you're asking. Like I've done the same thing. And like I said, like the reason why I changed is because it was something that was just like within me. And it was just, you know, me kind of taking a look at my life and seeing where I was. Because believing that there was no meaning, or that, you know, everything was just kind of, there is no afterlife, there is no this, there is no that. To you, you say like, oh, it makes life better because it makes you want to be a better person because you only have so much time. When you lose somebody, it means more because you'll never see them again. So I get that, but also there are people that view it like, oh, well, that means nothing I do wrong is ever going to come back and bite me. I can fuck as many people over. I can hurt as many people as I want to.
No, I don't feel that way.
No, I don't. I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying I know people who've kind of approached it like that. Yeah. So it's just kind
that's kind of why. I mean, that's why I still follow the teachings and all that. I know it's not enough, you know, to get into heaven. I mean, I know all that. So,
I mean,
but
yeah.
Like I want to live. I mean, right now I want to live a good life. You know, I want to live a good life. I want to do good. I want to make people happy. I want to make. I mean, when people are I mean, I think Chilporiel has done pretty well. I mean, I'm not trying to sell myself, but when I have people on, I want them to feel like, I don't know how to explain it without tooting. Well, I want people when someone interacts with me in any way, I want them to have to benefit from that, if you know what I mean. So like, I want people to be happier after if they interact with me, if they hang out with me. I want the other person to be happy, you know, as a result. Like I don't want it to just, you know, I just don't want to be the type of person that makes life more difficult. I want to kind of help. I don't even know where I'm going with this.
No, I get you. I understand what you're saying.
So, but yeah, sorry, this is a little emotional for me.
No, dude. You're
maybe it's the drink. I'll blame the drink.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this was a really good conversation. Dude, I'm keeping you so freaking long. Are you okay?
I'm good, Ren. Are you good?
I'm good. I only had one. Well, it was like up to here, but there was ice in there. There was ice in there. So, so you see the smile on my face. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. It was a good conversation. It's a lot of food for thought. So I'll keep that in mind. I do need to read more scripture. I do need to read more gospel in particular. So I was just reading when I was reading Luke. Was it Luke 15? I was reading it online when I was at work when I should have been working. So
Dang.
So who was I screwing over? So I'm not perfect either. So, but I mean I do believe in Christian. I mean I believe in the teachings of Christianity right now. I believe in the teachings of Christ. And
do you believe they make the world better if a majority of people think like that?
Believing the teachings, following the teachings, like loving thy neighbor as thyself.
If the majority of like people believed in God, and if them believing in God made them better people, is that like a good thing?
Even if you can follow teachings without believing in God in particular, like without believing in an afterlife, you can still live well.
For everybody?
Well. Yeah, for everybody.
You don't think there are people that think, well, if everybody's acting like this and following these laws and there's no afterlife or no God, then what's to stop me from not doing any of that? If nobody knows.
Law enforcement.
What if they don't find out?
Other people?
So it's always
the accountability.
But there are lots of people who don't care about that. They still do things.
Yeah, and then they still do things, and people still do things. People will always do things like that. There's always, as long as there's people, there's going to be bad people.
Yeah,
kind of like what Picard says at the end of the Drumhead. Kind of, well, not kind of. So,
yeah.
I mean, did Jesus have to be divine? Did Jesus have to be divine to take in the Sermon on the Mount, to take in all the parables, all the teachings, to take in selflessness? I mean,
yeah, he did, and he was divine.
All right, you got me there. All right, to be continued. To be continued. This is a good conversation, dude.
Yeah, like obviously, this can go for a lot longer.
I've seen arguments about the King James Bible. I've seen arguments about the King James Bible that didn't end, to the point where my friend and I were like, okay, we're just gonna leave. We were at a restaurant, and the waiter argues with one of the guys we were with over the King James, whether the King James was the right version. So I mean, yeah, these debates can go on forever. So, but yeah, man, I really appreciate you sharing what you said, and I'm glad you. I even more so on my end. I appreciate you hearing me out and getting annoyed at the same time.
Bro, no, like it's a good conversation. It's definitely one where it can go back and forth for like ever.
Yeah,
so it's kind of like never ending. But I mean, I'm glad I came on. I'm glad we.
Even with the drink, I'm intelligent enough to know when to not let this let things go south. This is not X. So
yeah,
and there was a moment on X that really got me upset today. And you'll probably disagree with me on this. I was raised to, I mean, I agree. Boomers are annoying, especially older boomers. Like, I don't know if you saw, there was this one where like these guys were out hunting, and these guys were out hunting, and this boomer comes out, and she's just like F off, F off, F off, and she sounds like a chicken and all that. I don't know if you saw that one that was on X.
I can't remember.
And I was listening to the whole thing. I was listening to the whole video, and she was insufferable. That I do agree with. But then they were laughing and calling her a retard. And this is a group of men. And this is an elderly woman. This is an older woman. And this is something that I just did not was not okay with. Like as a when you're dealing with like from my experience, from my opinion, dealing with older people, I just stay quiet. And well, and if I was in that situation, like I get why. I get why. I mean, the woman was insufferable and all that. But if I was there, I would have went and talked to her and tried to get her away from from everybody else. And I would have listened to her. Well, maybe not listened to her, but I would have pretended to listen to her and try to get her away, basically, without without the humiliation.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you have respect for elders.
Yeah, that's kind of how I was raised. So
Yeah, I get that. I'm the
because I don't
same.
believe because I don't like I'm okay. You can call people online retarded. Calling an elderly person like that, I wouldn't. It's just something it just got me. I don't know. It just got me upset. So
No, it's
I'm sharing this.
understandable.
So yeah.
It's understandable.
Oh well. But yeah, that was that was just like you call an elderly woman retarded. That's not going to help. Laughing, a group of men laughing at her. Come on, you're not helping. You're not helping things. I get why you're doing it because because she's annoying and she's being insufferable. I get it. But this is where there are times where like you kind of gotta be bigger than that, and that's this like because an elderly woman is alone, like they're vulnerable, and a group of men cannot do that, in my opinion. So
Yeah,
I don't know. It's a complex thing. I saw that. So all right. Really appreciate it, by the way.
yeah, no, man.
So we got yeah, it's 3 hours and 47 minutes. So I wanted to I was gonna say George R. R. Martin has not finished The Winds of Winter.
Mm.
So
He talked about it the other day.
Yeah, I didn't read like I saw an article about it, and I'm assuming it's the same Song and Dance of
He
Dragons. No, I'm
basically just said it was gonna be different from like the show or whatever. The shows they're making, the ending is gonna be different. Like a bunch of characters are still gonna be alive.
Yeah, you know how long he's been saying that? He's been saying that for over a decade. He's been saying that for a very long time. So he's not going to finish. He's not going to. I'm at the point now. He's already 77. He's 77 years old. He was 60. He was 60. He was like 62 or 63 when Dance with Dragons came out back in 2011. So that's going to be 15. It's going to be 15 years July. So I was expecting that book to come out back in 2017. So
I think that's when it was supposed to come out, right? Or
it was supposed to come out in 2016.
Yeah.
So like he made this big massive post on his Nada blog 10 years ago saying, "Oh, I'm not finished," and trying to garner sympathy from everybody. And yeah,
because wasn't it because he killed off like some character that he wasn't supposed to? Like he had a planned outline and then he realized he fucked it up.
He never really had according to him, he never had an outline. He wrote like a gardener. He wrote like a discovery writer, so he would be writing on the whim, based on the character and all that character point of view. So he originally was going to do a 5-year time gap after the third book, and then he abandoned that. He abandoned that because of the character, because of the character of Cersei in King's Landing, and how you can't really have a 5-year plan or a 5-year gap with nothing happening, especially in King's Landing where there's always plots and schemes going around. So he abandoned that because he was originally going to age up the characters, because the characters in the books are way younger than they are in the show. Like Arya's only 11 and Bran's only 10, and I think Jon Snow is only 14.
Damn.
Yeah. So he wanted to age the characters, and he can't do it. And so he's got these really. So now he's just like, I don't think he knows what to do. And he made his money, so he's kind of done. I don't think he really cares.
I mean, I feel like everybody's accepted he's not going to finish it at this point too. So
Yeah.
It's not like we would be disappointed. You know, we're already disappointed.
Yeah. So, but yeah, are you speaking of Game of Thrones, are you gonna watch the new show that's coming out, I think, this week?
I do actually kind of want to watch it. It looked interesting. I still haven't seen House of Dragon.
Don't.
It's not good?
The first season was okay, but it's one of those cases where the second season is worse.
Really?
Yeah. Second season was awful. Like, they should have just made a 2-season series, covered all Fire and Blood, no filler, and just be done with it. But they decided to fill it up. They filled it up, and it was one of the worst. There was only like one scene that I remember from season 2, and there was this one really short, like 10-minute battle where one of the characters dies on Dragonback, basically. And they didn't do anything else. They had an opportunity to do so much else, and they didn't do anything. And they're planning on doing 2 more seasons. I don't know how this is gonna work. So,
skip that one.
Yeah, but Night of the Seven Kingdoms is basically, it's an adaptation of his Duncan Egg short stories. So Martin wrote 3 short stories that covers Sir Duncan the Tall and Aegon. So Egg is Aegon the Unlikely. He's the one of the kings, one of the Targaryen kings. He's the younger brother of the Maester in the Night's Watch, Maester Aemon, the one that was blind, the one that Jon Snow takes care of.
Yeah.
So the little boy in this upcoming show is the younger brother of Maester Aemon. So, and they go on it's more PG rated than Song of Ice and Fire, and they go on adventures throughout. Sir Duncan and Little Egg, his squire, go on adventures throughout the Seven Kingdoms. But the problem is,
I like that.
The problem is that story is incomplete. Like Song of Ice and Fire is incomplete. He only wrote 3 short stories. He's supposed to write like 9 more in order to complete it.
Well, do you think they're just gonna do their own thing?
There's a possibility. I mean,
I feel like that's where they are at this point.
The thing is, like, Game of Thrones did its own thing, and look how that ended.
Yeah, but like, didn't they start deviating after like season 5 or season 6?
Yeah, like season 6, they still had source material, like all the Jaime Lannister stuff with the Siege of Riverrun in season 6 was from book 4 and book 5. But even that section was not finished. That's why when they ended it in that show with the Blackfish just dying off screen, they didn't know what to do, because that's not how it happens in the book. That storyline is intertwined with another storyline. So they never brought and you see in the books they bring back Lady Stark because they established that resurrection using fire magic is possible. And at the end of the big reveal at the end of book 3 is that Lady Stark is brought back to life, despite the fact that she was, she had her throat slit at the Red Wedding and that she was thrown in the river. So she's kind of out there, basically hanging anyone that had anything to do with the Red Wedding. So Jaime Lannister is currently being led into a trap as of right now, at the end of Dance with Dragons.
Okay.
There was a single chapter with him, and Brienne of Tarth just shows up and says, the Hound's going to kill Sansa. Well, the Hound, we haven't seen the Hound, but that was just a lure because in book 4, Brienne was about to be hung by Lady Stoneheart, Lady Stark. Basically, they call her Lady Stoneheart, her resurrected form. So we barely know what Lady Stoneheart's all about, other than hanging people having to do with the Red Wedding. So I'm curious where that story is going to go. But because of the fact that George hasn't written anything in 15 years, you know,
Yeah, he wrote the
because there's a lot. It's a
Elden
great
Ring
series.
stuff.
It's a great. I mean, Song of Ice and Fire is a great series, and I really enjoyed it. And the last book ended on such a cliffhanger. But the problem with books 4 and 5 compared to the first 3 was that he added a whole lot of new characters. He killed characters, and he had a whole lot of new ones, and now he's got to intertwine them with the main narrative, and seems like it's almost borderline impossible.
Mm,
And that's why it's taken him. That's part of the reason why I think it's taken him forever.
yeah, I mean it's kind of like this issue I've had with a lot of like show writing that's been happening recently. Is they'll write a good first season to a new streaming show, and then the season 2 will just suck ass. And
Yeah,
it's just you get a lot of like good pitches, good ideas, but they don't actually have an idea of where it's going to end or where it's going to go. And like you're
No.
saying with the way he writes, he doesn't even have an outline. But I thought he told people he knows how it's going to end, or he has it written out.
he has an idea. According to what he says, he has an idea in broad strokes how the characters are going to end, whether they're going to live or die or something. So yeah, he has that idea, but he just hasn't really, you know, he just hasn't really he hasn't really been able to tell, like, Dan and Dave exactly how to end the characters, and especially in season 8. So they had to come up with the scenarios themselves.
Mm.
And that's why it kind of fell apart the way it did. So
Yeah, the last episode was
it was the worst episode of the series.
it was so weird because there were parts of it that felt like bloopers. Like it didn't even feel like it should have been in the show. Should have been like deleted scenes. Like that's how bad it was, dude. And I remember everybody was so hyped for it, and it was just like I don't know. I do want to see the new show though with the Knight, because I feel like it kind of reminds me of have you ever seen that one show Merlin?
I have which one? The old one or the new one?
I guess it's kind of new. It's like early 2000s.
Yeah, I saw there was one with Sam Neill that he did years ago. It was a TV. It was like a TV miniseries TV movie type of deal.
Oh,
That was
no,
long.
this one
This was like I doubt you remember, because this was like late 90s, early 2000s. So
before Jurassic Park.
no, definitely after Jurassic Park.
What is it? Yeah, I haven't seen him do it, but the Merlin show, I like that one. It's not like that good, but it's got like that whimsical fantasy knights and dragons. I fuck with that shit. So this newer show for Game of Thrones, it looks entertaining. I'm not expecting it to be the greatest thing ever, but I'll probably watch it if I have time, because I barely watch anything.
You know, it was actually really good, and I know you're gonna reject this because it's Disney Star Wars.
Oh, Andor
season 2.
I still haven't seen season 2, but I love season 1.
Okay,
is season 2 better?
It's way better.
Damn.
So, you like season 1? I did not. I mean, I like parts of season 1. I didn't like how the season ended, personally. That was when they're back at the planet, and they start attacking the stormtroopers, basically. And then Cassian sneaks in, rescues Bix, and then they get out, basically. Season 2, season 1, I liked I didn't like how it began, but what I did like was one thing that I did take away from season 1, and they did even better in season 2, was the point where you felt that no one was safe. Even like a simple firefight where you would take for granted in any other Star Wars had weight and consequences. Like, people died.
Yeah. That like in the scene with the TIE fighter that's like looking for people, there's like patrolling, and it's just like a TIE fighter, and they have to like hide their weapons and all that shit. Remember from season 1?
What? Which TIE fighter? The one that?
It's literally just one TIE fighter, and it's just kind of patrolling like that wilderness area.
Oh,
And
on Aldine.
Season 1, yeah,
Season 1
before
where they're on Aldine, and they're about to do they're prepping they're prepping for this this heist.
Yeah, and then they
I liked how large they made the TIE fighter look.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like actually terrifying.
It was terrifying. You're right.
And also like the visuals, I feel like the visuals were cool. I like the star shower at the end of that arc, where it's like,
oh yeah, I know what you're
that was
talking about.
pretty
Yeah,
cool.
that was pretty crazy. Yeah,
I like the prison arc too.
the prison arc was fantastic.
Yeah,
The episode, my favorite episode of that first season was episode 10, where you had freaking Andy Serkis as
Yeah.
as he's giving his little speech, and then you have Luthen, Stellan Skarsgård's character giving his little speech about the nature of being a rebel, of being constantly in danger. When he's talking to that mole.
Yeah, and then he's like, I
ISB.
sacrifice for a
That-
future I will never see, or whatever. It's probably one of the best speeches.
I had goosebumps listening to that.
Dude, yeah, same. I was so impressed with Star Wars. I was like, dude, is this a sign of things to come? And then Disney came out with the Acolyte like right after that. Fuck,
Yes.
bro. Fuck
Yeah.
this company.
Yeah, well, that's because Tony Gilroy, who rewrote Rogue One, basically was the brains behind Andor. Whereas, who do you have behind Acolyte? Leslie Headland.
Yeah. Talking about her trauma.
So I watched like a few episodes of The Acolyte, and then I DNF'd it. I didn't bother with Boba Fett.
Boba Fett had one episode I liked, and it was the episode where it wasn't even Boba. Yeah,
that's what I thought.
Like,
yeah,
he's like, I fucking knew it.
Yeah, so I didn't watch that. I only watched I didn't watch season 3 of The Mandalorian. I did watch Obi-Wan. Oh my god,
I didn't like that one.
Obi-Wan like shattered me completely. Like you ruined the original trilogy characters. Now you ruined Vader, and you ruined Obi-Wan. To me, that's the bottom of the barrel.
I don't know why they even did that show, because like, dude, it's like they have him meet Leia and he's gonna protect. I was like, bro, what the fuck is even going on? Why are you even doing this, bro? Like, I was like,
yeah,
it was, I don't know. It was just
like, it's something
stupid.
like they made a Kenobi novel, or in my opinion, they're on a desert planet. Make a Western where Luke is kidnapped by, if you ever seen A Fistful of Dollars, maybe there's a faction, two factions fighting over each other. And one of them kidnaps Luke, and then Obi-Wan has to go in, and, maybe he has to learn stealth, hence why he is really good at being stealthy in the first Star Wars movie.
Mm-hmm.
And he rescues Luke. And he does what Clint Eastwood does, and he manages to get the two factions to either kill each other or make peace. That would have been a good Kenobi show. And that would have been one that I would have been on board for. He would have never went off world to look for Leia.
I don't know why it's literally, you could tell their whole position for what Star Wars should be is just for a new audience. They weren't even trying to appeal to people who like the prequels or people who even really liked the original trilogy, for that matter. I know they play off nostalgia, but they were trying to establish a new audience. They weren't trying to give us good stuff.
Yeah, just the whole idea of, just like, oh, that was not the only time that wasn't the only time Obi-Wan and Vader fought. I'm
It's
like,
like, bro,
why would
that's
you
so stupid.
insert that? That I mean, I would have preferred, you leave, between Revenge of the Sith and Star Wars. I mean, you could include
There's
Vader's hunt for Obi-Wan,
there's
but
more. Well,
they would be like two ships passing in the night.
but he's not even supposed to know that like Luke is on that planet essentially. Like it's like, and then also it's kind of crazy because the Star Wars Clone Wars had more of a respect for the movies, because if you watch that entire series, there's not a single moment where Anakin meets General Grievous,
I agree. That's
and they
true.
should have done something like that at least. Or they don't even need Vader. Like it could have, like you said, what you were talking about. It could have been something like that, or it could have just been like a little TV movie. It doesn't have to be episodes if you
Yeah,
need
I
to
mean,
stretch shit out.
that's my problem with new Trek. That's my problem with all this quantity over quality bullshit that's plagued the entertainment industry. Like they don't give a crap about canon anymore. Like heck, as much as people hated Star Trek Enterprise because it was a prequel to the original Star Trek series, they still they try to maintain continuity, at least obvious continuity, because in the original series, the Enterprise never encountered the Romulans in person until that episode Balance of Terror in the original series. And Enterprise takes place 100 years before that.
Mm.
Actually, they actually managed to incorporate the Romulans without having any humans encounter them or see them.
Mm.
And for that, I salute them for maintaining that type of continuity.
Yeah.
Nowadays, nobody gives a shit about continuity. So if you're a creator, you're a Hollywood creator, you're writing something, you don't give a shit about continuity. Why should I give a shit about what you're doing? And
Yeah, because it's
my
like
attitude.
it breaks the you know, we have to we have to believe this is like a real world. We have to be
We have to suspend our disbelief.
immersed.
There has
Yeah,
to be
suspend our disbelief. We have to be
verisimilitude.
immersed. The immersion gets broken when they do these things, and it's just annoying. It's lazy.
It's extremely lazy, and I don't like to waste time with lazy writing, which seems to be rampant.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's why I watch older stuff. But I wanted to ask you before we go. I wanted to ask you your thoughts on the Drumhead Star Trek.
Drumhead. It was pretty good, dude. It was it kind of reminded me of. I kept getting this feeling I would get from playing the Star Wars RPG game, just because some of the side quests. They had like side quests where you would investigate stuff, and so with this one with Picard just like investigating and like all the interview parts, it kind of just gave me that feeling. And I like stuff like that. I like the mystery side of things. I like the drama. I knew as soon as that old lady showed up, I was like, bro, this old she's gonna be a bad person. Like I already know, like because I've seen so much. I was like, I know she's gonna, or at least she's gonna do something wrong. I know, because there's no way it's just going to be as plain as it's just this guy, or it's just this kid who administrated his shots or whatever.
Yeah.
But no, I really did like it. I kind of want to watch more because I've only ever seen clips.
I made an error in telling you that it was a one. I mean, it is a one-off. It's an episodic show, but during those, especially Picard's interrogation, they were referencing other episodes. Like when,
because I didn't know what they were talking about. I thought it was just that was
so the Borg are basically the cybernetic bad guys that will basically assimilate you and force you into their collective.
They have like a hive mind, right?
They have a hive mind. What do they say? That your biological and technological distinctiveness will be added to their own.
Wasn't that in the Nemesis one, the 2003 movie?
No, that was First Contact. That was 1996.
Okay. Okay.
That was
Never
the one.
mind.
That was the one where they decide, hey, you know what? We have these Borg. We should make a leader. Let's give him a leader. Let's give him a Borg queen. How about that? Let's do a Borg queen. Bad idea, but they did it. But they did it anyways. So, but yeah. So yeah. So there was the ultimate cliffhanger for Star Trek: The Next Generation was the episode where Picard basically they're preparing for a Borg invasion, because just them firing on a single ship, like the Borg are that much more powerful. Like they can adapt to all of your weapons within like within less than a minute. So like they like adapt, like they can form a shield, and they will form a defense around your weapon. So unless you have an infinite number of frequencies that you can use, you're likely going to lose to the Borg, whether by shooting them directly with a phaser, or by attacking their ship. So they're the big bad. They were the big bad, and they basically capture Picard and they assimilate him. And that's basically how we find out that they assimilate people, is by them taking Picard, and everything that Picard knew, they knew. So when they were building a weapon, the weapon didn't work. So then you had part 2 to figure out, okay, what the fuck are we going to do with these Borg now? They want to destroy Earth. How are we going to beat them? So, yeah. So it was really good. It was really compelling. And then, of course, there was another episode which was from Data's point of view. Data's the android with the the golden eyes and the white paint on his face.
Yeah.
There was an episode where they're basically taking a Vulcan ambassador back to. They're taking a Vulcan ambassador to negotiate with Romulans, and then they find out too late that she was actually a Romulan spy. And so by the time they figure it out, they're like, "Well," she's like, "Sorry, I'm on the ship, and we outnumber you. So you either stay or you better leave. You better leave the neutral zone." And so they had to leave her. They had to leave her. So even to this day, like, we don't know what ultimately happened to that Vulcan ambassador. So, but yeah, in Star Trek, the Vulcans, the big reveal in the original series, that which was intended to create intended to bring like a bigotry to Mr. Spock, was making the Romulan aliens, the ones that were invading in the original series, to make them look just like Vulcans with pointed ears and all that. And there's like a reason for that. I think there's an in canon reason why they look that way. I think the belief is that Romulans were an offshoot of Vulcans, but that rejected the logical teachings, and they went off and founded their own empire. So I have to refamiliarize myself with Star Trek lore. I got several books right here. Yeah, I've been a Star Trek fan for a very long time. 90s Star Trek was really good. Deep Space Nine is one of the greatest shows I've ever watched.
Really?
Yes.
That one's really good?
Yes. Like, Star Trek Deep Space Nine builds up to an interstellar war. With well, not with the Borg, but with a different race. From a different race that can easily defeat us if we're not careful. Like, the bad guys were always 2 steps ahead of us. And the bad guys basically didn't have your typical, individuals running the show. You had people like the villains cloned their soldiers and their administrators to do their bidding. So they were able to continually like reman and rebuild and build ships like faster than our heroes could. So yeah, it's awesome.
To check that one out.
Captain Sisko is the Commander Sisko. Yeah, he was in the actor Avery Brooks was in he was in American History X.
Oh,
he was like the teacher. He was the teacher of the principal. He was the principal.
Oh, okay. It's been a while since I've seen the movie.
Yeah, I watched it recently. It's so relevant, even though it came out in 1998.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
it's pretty crazy.
So, all right, you sound like you're tired, and I feel like we should.
We went long, man. 4 hours.
Yeah, we should wrap things up. So I was going to ask you, what are you like? Are you watching anything? Is there any movies or anything you want to recommend to moi?
I watched Avatar 3, and that was kind of sucked.
That's what I've been hearing. Like everybody's been like dunking on Avatar.
Yeah, it's 3 hours. It doesn't need to be 3 hours. There's a lot of weird shit in it. There's surprisingly, I'm gonna spoil something real quick.
Go ahead.
There's two whale meetings in the movie. I'm exactly like not even exaggerating. There's whales that can speak, and they have two meetings in the movie. I'm not even fucking with you. There's two meetings, and then there's a flashback to a meeting, and then there's I like the bad guy, but then there's like there's this thing with the main guy's son narrating through the movie, and he's just fucking annoying. And then the father, he like talks about how, because in the first Avatar, he rides that big beast monster that nobody can tame, and that's why they gain respect for him, even though he's a human, because he was able to tame the Noctur or whatever the fuck they call it.
I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, so they keep telling him in the third movie, they're like, you need to ride the Noctura or whatever. It's the only way we can fight against this enemy. And he's like, you can't, because when you ride the beast, you become the beast, which is the most like monster energy shit I've ever heard. It's the most edgiest like 2010s shit. If you watch it, you'll know exactly what I'm saying. He finds the beast, he rides the beast for the final battle, and they literally do nothing.
Really?
The beast gets hurt, and then he stops using the beast. He doesn't even use the beast for anything. And then in the final fight scene, he uses a different animal. So all that bullshit about him riding the beast and finding the beast and all this stuff, fucking nothing happens with it,
Oh
dude.
my gosh.
And then the fight scene at the end is cool. The effects look amazing. The 3D, I don't like 3D, but for Avatar, the 3D is actually really good. It looks amazing. But it's so long, and there's so much dumb shit, and there's so much shit that does not make sense. So it's not good.
So basically, what was it? Dances with Wolves in space again?
Yeah, but like they can't keep ripping it off.
And everybody's saying the humans are the good guys.
Yeah, it's like, well, dude, in this one, the human villain guy is the best part. And then, dude, it ends the same way the second one does, with like the fight scene. Like nothing happens with the main people. They're setting it up for a fourth movie.
There's gonna be 5,
supposedly. But like I don't know how, dude, because it's like it's not good. But so don't watch that. But I did start watching this new anime that came out called Sentence to be a Hero. Sentence to be a Hero, which is actually pretty good. I think it's actually Chinese. I don't think it's Japanese, but it was cool. The animation is really good. The story premise is kind of interesting. It's basically medieval fantasy. And there's these groups of people that do bad things. And instead of being sentenced to death or jail or whatever, they're sentenced to being heroes. So basically, they're forced into mercenary work, where they have to do jobs for like lords and stuff.
Yeah.
And if they don't do it, they have to, they don't have a choice. And if they die or whatever, instead of going to hell or heaven, their souls get forced back into their body. And if they don't have a body, it gets forced into another body. So essentially it's eternal servitude, and they're treated like criminals. It's really weird, but the animation is actually pretty good. There's only one episode, and it's an hour long. But it's actually... Okay. I had time to watch it, because usually I don't have time to watch stuff, but there's a video that I was exporting on my computer, and it took 13 hours to export. So I couldn't use my computer, and I was like, what the fuck am I going to do? So I was like, let me watch this anime, and it was kind of cool. I recommend it.
So, Sentence to be a Hero. Okay, I got that. I got that written down.
The most popular one right now. That's new.
Okay.
So it's not like a esoteric. It's basic.
Okay. I got
What
one.
about you? What are you watching?
I am watching, believe it or not, because I went to the Gundam store and I picked up a Gunpla for the first time. I mean, I've been seeing these for years, so I decided, you know, I'm finally going to pick one up. I'm watching the original Mobile Suit Gundam right now, 1979.
Damn.
I got the Blu-rays. The problem with the Blu-rays, and this might be a right stuff issue, is that some of the episodes don't work.
What do you mean?
Like
they don't.
Like they don't work on the disc. Like the disc doesn't work. It doesn't play. It won't play the episode. Like I click, you know, I skip, and it freezes. The entire thing freezes.
What the hell?
Because I noticed there's like a mark on the disc. So because I own physical. I don't know about you. I know you say you're not very what do you call it? You're not very materialistic.
Oh,
I collect
movies.
I collect physical media usually. So by the way,
I do that. I collect like CDs and stuff.
Yeah, I think you said you and your brothers collect movies, like
Yeah, and video games.
Got some Switch games right there where my finger is. There's some PS5 or PS4. I forget. Yeah, same here. I wish I should have kept some of my older stuff, but what am I gonna do? So like right now I'm watching Mobile Suit Gundam. I got a few movies. I got a few Blu-rays right here I want to recommend. So I don't know if you've ever seen this movie.
Yes.
Planet of the Apes.
The collection. I have those.
I have. I did a video on the first movie. I think it was my most recent movie video, and that's like a couple years old now. So, actually, you know, one thing you say in your videos whenever you talk about, you know, making content creation, all that, when you write scripts, is that you sound different, and I totally relate to that because I know exactly what you mean. So when I did this particular video, I was more when I did this video and I did the script for this, I was more tongue in cheek. I was like basically making jokes, and I basically did a different format than I did with my other videos. So it wasn't just me talking into a mic. I was like, you know, I was basically, I pretend I was talking to a person.
Oh,
and then,
yeah.
And then I showed some documentary footage from the Rise of the Planet of the Apes, which is also on here. So, but yeah, so have you ever seen this movie? Once Upon a Time in the West.
I don't think
Sergio Leone. So this is the one he did right after Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
And that one's really good?
This one is slow, but the movie is excellent. You watch it. This movie has balls. You'll know what I mean when you watch. If you ever watch it, there's a scene with a family, and this movie has a lot of balls for what it does.
Well, isn't the scene where the family gets like killed? He kills like the kids. The dude kills the kids and like the wife and stuff. Or he's like eating food. Is that it?
That's the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. But
okay,
you're not too far off. So I'm surprised. But when he's eating the food, you know, in the Fallout show, when the ghoul comes in the house and eats the food, that was basically, he was basically Angel Eyes. He was basically Lee Van Cleef's character with the big giant hat in Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, because that's exactly the same scene.
Oh shit!
You know what I'm talking about?
Wait, are you talking about the season 2 of Fallout?
Season 1.
Season 1.
There was I think it was episode 7 where the ghoul is like inside this person's house and he's eating his food, and then the kid comes in and tries to shoot him. And he shoots the kid first.
Oh,
that was a tribute to the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
Did that? I don't even remember that in Fallout. Actually, I'm thinking of like the scene where he is telling, like he puts out that other ghoul in the house.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Maybe that's I don't remember.
I forgot the scene, but no, but I gotta watch that one. I don't think I've seen that actually.
Yeah, this is 1969, so no Clint Eastwood in this one. So you got Henry Fonda is the villain, and Charles Bronson is the gunslinger, and then you got Claudia Cardinal and Jason Robards. Jason Robards plays a guy named Cheyenne. So they got the theme, like some like the Charles Bronson's character, the gunslinger. They call him Harmonica. There's a reason they call him Harmonica. Because what do you think he plays throughout the movie? How do you know he's present in the movie? He plays the harmonica. He plays the same thing over and over again. It's really good. It's really good. Highly recommend Once Upon a Time in the West. So that's 1969. So I got another older one too. Criterion Collection. It's called The Parallax View. I showed so this is I don't know how you've seen a lot of 70s cinema, right?
I've seen a good amount.
You know how cynical 70s cinema was, to the point where, usually things did not turn out well for the protagonist.
Yeah, that was like kind of the cliche, is it always had to end badly.
This is one of those movies. Evil corporation. One person goes up against the evil corporation. Who do you think wins?
The evil corporation. But it's good though.
It was very good. It was crazy. It was crazy. Like I was on the edge of my seat watching that one. So, and then this one. So I'm actually doing next week. My next guest. We're going to be doing top Clint Eastwood films. So, when a man comes intending to commit a crime, I shoot the bastard. That's my policy.
That's
Dirty Harry. That's Dirty. Have you ever seen Dirty Harry?
Yeah, I remember watching that one with my grandpa.
Oh, you did? Oh, that's pretty cool. You watched it. My dad had this in the basement, and when I was a kid, I was a latchkey kid. I'd go in, and I had nothing to do, so I'd go through his movies. I'd start watching them. Ooh, R-rated. I was 11 or 12, so watching an R-rated movie would have, trouble. But excellent movie.
That was
definitely. I think I consider this my top Clint Eastwood, but I don't know. There's that.
I feel like a lot of people would say that because it is pretty cool.
Yeah,
it's a good one.
So I have one series of movies straight from Japan. It's called Lone Wolf and Cub. I don't know if you've ever heard of this one.
I've not, but so
the Mandalorian, the concept of the Mandalorian was derived from this. So it's about a father who is a samurai during the Edo period in Japan. He is a high level executioner, and he ultimately gets, because of a power struggle between other people who want his position, he gets framed for disrespecting one of the most sacred for disrespecting like one of the most sacred symbols of the samurai or of Edo, Japan. And so they're basically want to execute him, and he's like, you know what, fuck you. He's like, no, fuck you. I'm going to fight. I'm going to walk the way of hell for the rest of my life. And there's a scene where he has his little baby boy right here, his son, and he puts a ball down and he puts his sword down, and he makes his little baby son, who's like an infant, choose the ball or choose the sword. If he chooses the sword, he will go with him and be a companion with him as they walk the path of hell in Japan. Or if the son chooses the ball, he will kill him. He will basically kill him and send him to his mother, as they say in the movie, because the mother's dead. The mother was killed, and then they broke some law. They basically put up a banner in the guy's temple, which is considered forbidden, and that's what gets him in trouble. So, but yeah. So, and then the whole, I don't know if you saw the Grogu, Luke giving Grogu a choice.
Yeah, that's from that.
That was exactly from this. So, either the Mandalorian's helmet or the lightsaber.
So he chose the path of hell.
No, Grogu chose the boring path, the path to go back to the Mandalorian, as if nothing happened in season 2.
Oh yeah. Oh well, yeah, but they gotta make money. They got the movie coming out.
Yeah. So basically it's him. So it's just him and his son versus assassins versus this one particular clan that wants him dead. The ones that basically were responsible for him being framed in the first place. And it's 6 movies. It's based off of a manga. And the 6 movies don't really conclude it. They did make a series in this. So these movies came out in the 70s, early 70s. And if you wanted to see the end of the manga adapted, you have to watch they came out with a TV show in Japan in the 70s. So you'd have to watch the TV show's ending to get the true ending.
Oh, okay. So it's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. So,
but it's good though.
It's good. The last movie is basically a battle in the snow. It's really good. It's really good. And there's so much blood. So much blood. So much red paint. So much red paint. Because it's 70s blood. So you ever hear of Death Wish?
Yeah, I've seen isn't there like 5 of those? I've seen like a bunch of them.
There is.
I think I've seen all of them. My favorite one is the one where he's in the hood. Is that 3? Where the guy makes the homemade shotgun. Yeah,
it's the greatest. It's the greatest. I make this joke, but it might be true. It might be the greatest movie ever made.
What?
Death Wish 3 it might be the greatest movie ever made.
Bro, that movie is cool.
The movie was crazy. He buys a camera. He's seeing all these guys. They're terrorizing these the elderly people in the hood. You know what he does to bait one of these guys to basically mug him? He buys a camera at the store, makes it very obvious, and then he's walking around. He's walking around with the camera, swinging it around just to bait one of the guys to run and take it away. The moment the guy runs and takes it away, he takes out this big giant pistol, this elephant gun, and shoots him.
Yeah,
it just straight up kills him.
Dude, I like the part where he does like the Home Alone stuff in his apartment.
Yes, yeah, he has the nail and the 2x4 and the nail.
Yeah, dude, that movie is raw, and I know they remade it.
With Bruce Willis, that's nowhere near as
good. No, but have you seen that one? It's kind of like a remake, but it's the English version. It has what's his name? Michael Caine, guy who plays Batman's butler.
Yeah, Michael Caine. What?
It's called. It's like Hugh something, but it's essentially Death Wish but British. That one was actually kind of good. Not as good as Death Wish. But let me try and find it. It's not Harry Brown. That's fucking
Get Carter. Are you talking about Get Carter?
Let me look at Get Carter.
Because they remade that one too.
I don't think it's Get Carter. No, not him. He was in that, but it's Michael Caine. It's actually him, and he's old. He's
old. Okay.
Yeah, because it came out in like 2000. Let me try and
2000.
Let me try and find it. Like the early 2000s. I'm on his IMDb as we speak.
Yeah, I'm using Google. I'm using Google right now. Google AI.
If I see it, I'll see it. All right,
Batman. Harry Brown.
Harry Brown, is that it? Yeah, that might be it.
Because he's walking with a gun. It looks the font that came out in 2009.
Yes,
he's walking from like fire and mayhem just with a pistol in his hand. He's wearing a coat and all that.
And
this looks actually pretty bad. This looks pretty badass, actually.
Dude,
it's on Tubi. Dude, it's on Tubi.
Though.
I can watch it for free.
Dude, an elderly ex-serviceman and widower looks to avenge his best friend's murder by doing his own form of justice. Yeah, this movie is cool. Now, it's not like Death Wish, but when I think of this movie, I think of Death Wish and vice versa.
Okay.
So that's kind of like,
I have not seen
he's an old guy and he's like, fuck everybody, I'm going to do what I need to do, you know?
Yeah.
So I this is a movie I recommend. This one.
Okay. Sure. I got a Michael Caine movie I want to recommend.
Oh hell yeah.
I didn't watch a whole lot of horror or thrillers this year. But
Mhm.
there's a movie. I don't know if I brought it up last time, but there's a movie he did in 1980. It's called Dress to Kill by the director Brian De Palma.
Dress to Kill.
Yes,
What's that about?
it's about it's about it's hard to explain. It's basically what if Brian De Palma made his own version of Psycho.
Oh shit.
So there's so Dress to Kill. So the killer is a transvestite. Kind of like Norman. Remember how you've seen Psycho, right? Alfred Hitchcock.
Yeah. The
Remember how Norman Bates was a transvestite because he dressed up in his mother's clothes when he killed.
Mhm.
So the movie is basically, the movie basically builds up to this big big murder set piece. Kind of like remember how Psycho builds up to the shower scene.
Mhm.
So Dress to Kill builds up to an equivalent scene where where the killer basically stabs someone in a place. I'm not going to say where, but in a place where they would be totally vulnerable. Like you remember, like being in the shower. If you're naked in the shower and someone comes up to you and stabs you, you have nowhere to go. You're fucked.
Yeah.
You have nowhere to go. You're totally vulnerable. Now, this movie is not necessarily as you're not as vulnerable because you're not naked, but you're close enough, if you know what I mean. So it's built up to this big murder, and the rest of the movie is, the people trying to figure out who the killer is and where the killer is, basically.
Mm,
Kind of like Psycho was. So
okay.
it's a really good movie. It's very if you're a cinephile, I'm not necessarily a cinephile. I mean, I guess I could consider myself a cinephile, but since you're really interested in directing, you might like some of the scenes in this movie.
I'll have to check it out.
Yes, like you have to check it out. Definitely let me know what you think. So
I gotta watch.
and okay, so I got two more for you. So this is an anime. This is 80s OVA right here.
Bubblegum Crisis.
Yes.
What's that?
So basically, it's about these these three women that work for a really rich woman.
Hell yeah.
And they have the ability to transform themselves into lightsabers, and then they can fight these evil Terminator type of machines that they call in this series they call boomers. Literally. I'm not joking. That's what they call them. They call these rogue machines that start attacking and killing people in the cyberpunk city boomers, and they go and take them out basically, because even the police with all their they're flying their mech suits and their helicopters are no match. So these are like an elite group of fighters that can take these machines out. It's really cool. It's very 1980s. And the soundtrack. I mean, I know you're Gen Z, so you probably don't give a shit about 80s popular 80s rock. I love it. I'm a big. I love the shit. It's every episode has its own unique song and soundtrack basically, and it's just freaking badass to watch.
That's pretty cool.
It is. So, but the thing is, it got canceled. So they only did 8 episodes. There's not really a major overarching story. I mean, the overarching story is basically them fighting these machines that come out of this company called Genom.
There's no manga.
There might be a manga. I don't know, but this was originally written for OVA. This is what they call an OVA. So it was released on videotape in the 80s. So you're going to see like higher quality animation, higher detail, and longer than the typical 23-minute television episode. So
okay.
Record Lodoss War also falls in that category as an OVA.
Yeah, there's a lot of like different variations for that. It's actually kind of hard to find that on streaming like all the way through.
Yeah,
that's why I gotta buy them.
I got one more for you. Ready? Another Criterion Blu-ray I got. You ever hear of this one?
Let me see. Oh, Come and See, the one where the kid gets all like fucked up from the war.
Yeah,
I think I watched that on YouTube. a while ago. I can't remember all the stuff from it, but
So basically, like what you see here is basically him at the end of the movie. Like he aged. Look, I mean, look at it. He's like 13 or 14 years old, and look at how he aged. Like his hair
Yeah,
went white. He's got lines on his forehead.
yeah, that's like the whole thing with the movie is it shows like his change.
Yeah, he went from like the beginning of the movie, he's just playing war. He's innocent, and then the movie happens, and he joins the militia, or he runs off to a militia, and well, he tries to go back home, and ends up experiencing war, experiencing hell, and the movie has a weird ending. If you've seen it, then you might know what I'm talking about. He tries to shoot like a picture of Hitler on the ground, and he's just like freaking the hell out. And then they're showing like a montage of baby Hitler. Like I don't know if that was supposed to be like a plan. Like would the world be better off with if someone killed baby Hitler? You've heard that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard people say that if they had a time machine, they'd go back and kill Hitler and stuff.
Yeah, so it's a weird one, but it was really messed up. It's a wild movie. It's brutal. Like this takes place in Belarus. So same. If you ever seen Defiance with Daniel Craig?
Yeah, I remember that one. It has Liv whatever. What's his name?
Liv Schreiber.
Yeah, Liv Schreiber. He's in that one.
That is such a sad one.
Yeah, that one was pretty crazy too. That's a good one.
Like Daniel Craig just goes into a house and murders this guy's family, like his sons and his wife and him. Or he doesn't murder the wife, he murders the sons in front of the father and then murders the father, and the wife is just screaming and he walks out. I'm just like, holy shit, whoa, what am I watching here? Like that was some of the heaviest shit I've ever seen. So yeah.
That's pretty good. No, but those are good recommendations.
So yeah.
Check out those ones I haven't seen.
So what's all right, so since we're going to be almost 5 hours, so Tom, leading into the next stream, have you ever seen a grown man naked? No, I'm kidding.
What the fuck?
You've never seen Airplane? You ever seen Airplane?
I love Airplane. I showed that and Naked Gun to a friend of mine last year. She'd never seen them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got her hooked on them, and so now she's like constantly sending me clips of like movies that are like that, and she's like, "What's the name of this?" Like I sent her a clip of Life of Brian, and she was like, "What is that? I want to watch that."
I want to be a woman. You can't be a woman. You can't be a woman.
Why not?
Because you don't have a womb. That's why.
I think we all agree that you have a right to have a womb or to have a child or whatever. Like, what have the Romans ever done for us?
Exactly.
Besides public sanitation. Yeah, I love that movie. I love the part where they make him do the lines on the wall. They're like, "Come back, or I'll cut your balls off."
Oh yeah. I get Life of Ryan mixed up with Holy Grail.
Yeah, Holy Grail is amazing. I love Holy Grail. I love all of Monty Python. I even like the show, the Flying Circus.
Yeah.
And then I like Airplane. I like all those parody movies. I even like Spy Hard.
I've never seen Spy Hard. I remember it came out and it got bad reviews.
It's not that good, but I mean most of those movies aren't that good. They're just funny.
Yeah, I watched the first two Naked Guns. You know what? The new Naked Gun with Liam Neeson was actually pretty funny.
Yeah, dude, that was actually
I was
good.
surprised, bro.
I didn't think it was going to be that funny. The part with the snowman was like hilarious. And then
yeah,
dude, I was like, what the fuck am I watching? And I was like pleasantly surprised. You can tell the people who actually made that, they actually give a shit about that style of comedy. put a lot of
Yeah.
thought into it. But no, I love those movies.
Yeah, I do the airplane stuff all the time. Every time somebody says this person needs to be here, I'm like, and then I always answer, or like, this person belongs in a hospital. What is it? It's a building with patients, but that's not important right now. I always do that. I always try to do that joke, and I always fail. So
it's hard to do it.
yeah,
It's hard to pull off.
So, but there has to be a part 3, right?
Yeah,
right?
no, of course.
We have to find out whether or not Tom has ever been to a Turkish prison.
Exactly. How is the world supposed to go on without that information?
Exactly.
Maybe I got to go to one first, and then that's when the third stream happens.
Yeah, I mean, like we already determined that I am nothing to Tom. I am not his father's brother's
older cousin's
former roommate. What does that make us? Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
And that's what you are going to be.
Yeah.
So,
but no, I had a lot of fun, man. Thank you so much again for having me on, and I really enjoyed the talk. We got to talk a lot about, we got to get into religion, we got to talk about politics, we got to talk about movies and stuff that we liked. I feel like this is a very really laid back, chill, but also the avenue for getting into more complex discussions. It's always there, So I really appreciate you having me on and actually like getting to let me talk about this stuff, because it is cool. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, man, I really appreciate you, and I really, yeah, I mean, this was actually this was some. Thank you for the pushback. Thank you for sometimes we need pushback.
Yeah, I mean, like that's, and I don't want you to think that like I think any less of you for any of that stuff. I don't at all. Like I I fully expect you. I fully expect you to defend your ask questions yourself, and get me thinking, and maybe next time, because I didn't think that was gonna happen. Maybe next time I'll prep a little. Maybe we can try and have like a more fruitful conversation. Maybe I could do a better job, but I really did enjoy the conversation. I felt like it was very interesting, and just getting to talk about everything. It's like, it is great, like us kind of having a little pushback too. Like it's refreshing,
It didn't necessarily feel like an interview, right? Don't answer.
No, dude, it doesn't feel like an interview.
All right.
It doesn't feel like an interview at all.
All right. No, so but yeah, man, we're getting late, and I gotta let you go. What my, like, people would say, oh, you're holding your ghost hostage. I'm gonna shut up,
bro. Shut up. I'm here.
So, all right. Is there anything else you want to plug? You've had plenty of collabs. Congrats, by the way. I mean, that's great that you're being recognized by a lot of people.
Thank you.
And you managed to. You did a 2-hour thing yesterday with the Right Wing Coalition. I haven't finished that.
Oh yeah, yeah, that one was long, man. That was a pretty good conversation. I'm definitely gonna do more with him. There's gonna be another one I'm probably gonna do with this other guy. I just don't want to say who it is because it might fall through. But
I think I have a good idea who it is, possibly.
Maybe. And then I've also I joined NAV, which is the New America Vision. It's this group of other creators like Atlas Thugged and John Ward, Zeb Boykin, and Josh. Dude, I can't say his last name. I forget his last name, but they're all great guys. They have a whole channel. It's dedicated to politics and stuff. And I'm supposed to be going on, I think, Sunday to talk with Josh and somebody else about like the top 10 movies of last year. They usually talk politics, but they have some other shows that they do on their channel, and they want to try and give me my own show on there. And I don't.
Okay.
So I can't say what it is because I don't want to say and then it just doesn't happen. But that's kind of like the idea. So I'm going to be making content on their channel as well to kind of get that movement going. But it's a lot of like-minded people politically and then some people who disagree with me on a lot of stuff. But they're all great guys. And so I have a lot of respect for them and what they're doing. And they invited me to join them, but definitely check them out if you haven't seen them. They're going to be
you said they're called New American Vision.
Yeah, New American Vision. I can actually send you the link to their channel. I was on their founder stream a few days ago, and I'll send you. They put me as a collab for that one. I'll send you this to your chat real quick.
Okay.
But this is just like if you want to check it out. It's but yeah, no, it's pretty cool that, and then I'm just gonna be doing more videos, more collabs, and it never ends. It's gonna keep going.
All right. Well, been really you're for me, you are, in my opinion, you're more passionate than a lot of these other channels, and I like your conversations. You're very good. My opinion, and I'm grateful that you decided to, hang out with me.
Dude, I'm glad that you actually invited me on, man. You invited me on. You were one of the first people to invite me on to like your podcast and hang out. And I really like talking with you, dude. If I didn't, I wouldn't be here. So I really appreciate you doing this. And what you have with Chillporial is like, it is really cool. Like the aesthetic you got going, bro. The fact that you've made so many great videos. I'm really happy that you have this and that you've built this. It is a great thing. You have friends that you get to hang out with. You got friends that watch your streams. You guys all hang out. Like you tell me all the time, it's like, oh, I was in Texas visiting so-and-so, or I was over here visiting, and it's like, that's cool, dude. A lot of people don't have something like that. And so I'm really glad you have something.
You have no idea. You have no idea what it's like to how exciting it is to meet someone in person for the first time. Especially when I went to Japan. It's like one of the guys in the chat was the one I met in Japan. So last year.
Yeah, dude. See, that's cool, bro. And so I'm glad I get to be a part of this thing with you, and you invite me on, and we can just kind of chill and talk and just shoot the shit and just have fun. It's awesome.
Yep.
So thank you.
No problem. My goal is to build as many as many positive, relationships as possible, to build to obviously you're trying to better yourself with speaking. I'm trying to do the same thing. Get better at articulating and just talking and being less shy. And I think it's helped. So but yeah, so for me, Chillporial next week. I'm going to have Feanor on. We're going to be talking about Clint Eastwood movies. The top Clint Eastwood movies. So that's going to be next Thursday. I think on Sunday, is when Game of Thrones comes back, and Night of Seven Kingdoms, and me and Prophet of the Dragon are gonna talk about that one. I've been hosting the House of the Dragon stuff. I don't feel like hosting any more after shows because it just doesn't really pay off. So I'm just not in the mood. So I'd rather just talk about it with him. And
never good.
And never good. So yeah, so if you like the Chillporials, I did one last week with Extra Zero, but we were talking 90s nostalgia. We were talking Beast Wars, Transformers, and video games. And I have to catch up on Resident Evil, by the way. There was a Resident Evil showcase this week. I really have to catch up on my Resident Evil gameplay. So I don't know if you've ever played those, but
I've played some of them.
All right. So I have to play 8 and I got to play 4 remake. So Yeah. So, all right, everybody. This has been Chilporial. This might be the longest one ever.
Hell yeah, dude.
Subscribe-
We're on the record. We broke it.
Yep. Follow me on X at Nerdporial Life. It's in the description. And definitely follow Tom on
Yeah.
on YouTube. He's got like 25 billion follower or subscribers.
They're all Indian.
Yeah, exactly.
I paid them all. I bought all.
Yeah, just like I did for my few of my videos. So exactly.
I used Walmart gift cards.
Walmart gift cards. So follow him on X. He's been killing it on the algorithm on X, and yeah, man, I really appreciate it. So definitely check the replay if you haven't. And everybody, have a good night and stay Nerdporial.
Have a good night, guys.